Staletsi's here, and we're going to begin the first ever Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty patch 1.1D casted matches stream. So this is going to be our first stream, only doing patch 1.1.1D. No more 1.1.1C, or however you're supposed to pronounce it. I mess it up, but I don't even care at this point. I know what I'm saying, but sometimes I don't pronounce it 100%. I'm like, yeah, I don't care. You get the idea. It's D. Before we were on C, and now we're on D. Yeah, so I just have to share the stream with everybody, and then we can get right down to it, okay? So I'll start in the place I usually do and work my way up through the rankings of the Staletsi Discord. Pretty much. I'll start here and climb up to here. Keep going up. Moving on up. Discord's acting weird. I don't know why it's been pretty sluggish lately. I don't know if it's a Windows 11 thing or what. It's a little freaky. I mean, I've done a virus scan on my PC and everything seems fine, so I don't think anything's going wrong in that area, at least. Now, hopefully not anyways, yeah. That. And then from there, we're going to go to the wool servers. It's probably the most important ones to do. Wait a minute. Why did C not work? There we go. Alright. 1.1.1D. Matches. Yep. And then, go to the Juanitos server with Juanitos Muy Bonitos. That one. And then the Italian server, Juanito en Vivo. In Vivo. We go. Up Caplux. I always press that in my. What else? Here. I don't think there's anything there we want. Nope. Maybe there. Yep, that one. Where else? Here. Aquí. Where else? Go here. Where else can we go? Good question. Do we have any other ones, or is that it? I might try this one. Perhaps. We'll see. Putting our tier list to the test. Yeah, I mean, this is the first cast and matches stream we're doing since, we did our tier list on Sunday. So, I mean, we're going to see if these civs that we put in the ranks that they were supposed to go in are going to match up or not, Obviously, matters with civ combos, maps, all that, but we'll get a general idea, I think, as long as the players, were somewhat uneven playing field, I mean, obviously Cappy is going to do good with any civ, probably even Egypt, because he's Cappy and he just knows what he's doing, but yeah, I mean, in general, I feel like the tier list we put together is a pretty good, schema for what you should do for your games, what I mean? Know what civs actually work or not, yeah, basically. So, firstly, which one's we on now? Okay. So, alright, so we got Uno. I'm going to start downloading them now, by the way. Got uno. We got dos. We got tres. What else do we got here? We got cuatro, cinco, seis. Cuatro, cinco, and seis. Got that one. And what else do we got here? We got siete, ocho, nueve, diez. Some new ones came in today, by the way, and then we got once, doce. I thought last night it was going to be a 9 matches stream, but it looks like somebody saved the day, and now we got 12. So hit the double digits, which is always good. It's always nice. Gives us a good variety of stuff to do. Now, I don't know if they're going to be long games, short games. It really depends, basically. I mean, I'm looking at the files. I'm trying to decipher it, but who knows at this point. Sometimes the file size doesn't always tell you how long the match is going to be, and sometimes it does. So take it as it is. I guess it depends on what units are using. There's a formula behind it. I just haven't figured it out yet. Myself, so we'll see. We'll see what it actually is when we get to it. Yep. So where are we at now? How many minutes are we in? So we are at about how many minutes into the stream? 7 minutos. Is anyone here? I don't see any viewers yet. Is everybody busy with Juanitas muy bonitas? Are they busy with gringas muy guapas or something? Something going on? Something you want to tell me so I can join? Oh, it's fine, though. It's fine, you know. These casted game streams are supposed to be a place where we can chat about stuff and have fun, but if everybody's busy with Juanita Bonita business, I'm okay with that, you know. Just make sure you watch it later if you can, because we got a lot of good games here, and it would be bad if you missed any of them. Yeah. I try to put on a good show for as long as I can and get through every recording usually. And it's fun, you know. I mean, Widgie does the Definitive Edition, I do the Wars of Liberty. Yeah. And Wars of Liberty games have something that the Definitive Edition does not have, which is wacky balance in World War I and stuff, yeah. I like lingas muy nalgonas, bro. Ooh, you like lingas. Oh, you're gonna have to, you're gonna have to do a little swimming, I think, to find yourself a gringa. Or you'll have to find a nice one down in Cancun during spring break in March. Yeah. Yeah. In March, all the gringas go down to Cancun, and you might be able to find one, basically. Or one of the other hot destinations like Rio or something, depending on where you live. Yeah. Be a lucky Juanito and go home with the gringa with mucho dinero from Papa Muy Rico. Yeah. Papa Muy Rico. Yeah, you can always try to find the one with the rich daddy, the sugar daddy. The daughter's sugar daddy becomes your sugar daddy by default. And you can go on great vacations, get good comida, whatever you want. Go anywhere. Get a nice yacht maybe, and get a good PC to play Wars of Liberty on in 20K. Yeah, that's what every man wants, you know. A PC that can run Wars of Liberty in 20K. Is 20K even a thing? I know about 4K, but I never heard 20K before. That's probably going to be the future. 20K and then 50K and 100K, and, you know, eventually it's going to be K-Boomer with the graphics, yeah. Alright, so we're almost at about 10 minutos. Once it's about 10 minutes, I can get started. Since I want my papers, so, oh, you want your papers so you can, ooh, okay. Ah, nice. Alright, so, let's get started now. I think it's about time. So what's the first game going to be called? Let me check up. I think I remember, but I just want to be 100% sure we're doing this in order. Can Tupi Rush be Germans? So it's going to be a Tupi versus Germany on Arkansas. C is for can, so we'll start with can. Now, this is a toughie. This is a toughie one. Well, actually, no, it's not a toughy one. You know why? You know why it's not hard? We put Germany in A tier and we put 2B down in B tier, right? So technically, Germany should be able to be 2B, at least from what the tier list tells us, right? Well, we'll see about that, you know? There's a lot of factors in it, right? It depends on who the player is. It depends on the map. I mean, looks like Germany is Cap. It's like his main civ, his only main civ. It's like the legendary Cappy civ. But then we have Multigo. Multigo is another very skilled Wars of Liberty player who has actually participated in the league of Chorizo Zarate in the past. So, I mean, two capable opponents, and then the map. The map appears to be Arkansas. I mean, you got the cool little river that flows through the sort of upper part of it here. You climb up here, and you got more Huns, you got some mines, and you even got some Cherokee natives, too, that can add some nice skirmishers to your army. And then on the bottom, you got this nice little trade route down here. So there's a lot of stuff going on this map. I mean, in general, as long as the map has enough trees, I think Tupi generally does alright based on what we determined during the tier list meeting. Yeah, that's the one glaring weakness I brought up about Tupi, is basically if your map is scarce on trees or at least safe wood lines you can protect, yeah, Tupi could have some real problems there. And then obviously once all the trees are gone, then Tupi is Nopi at that point. They're no longer there. You know, they basically have to trade everything at the market, which is really inefficient because guess what? Tupi don't have coins, so they have to, they have to go through the runaround at the market just to get more wood through it. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, it really, I guess it depends in, like, real experience terms if Tupi can aggro Germany very early on. We'll have to find out, though. I mean, Cappy posed a question in the recording: could Germany beat the Tupi in a 1v1? But we don't exactly know that, basically, until we find out here. So it should be fun finding out. So we got Germany here setting up their start. The one thing you gotta consider is a newcomer to Wars of Liberty is that this is not the old Germany of the past. This is actually a Germany based off of the British civilization in vanilla, basically. So if you remember the old British with their manor house booming, yeah, the Germans in Wars of Liberty can do that. So lots of extra villagers. Also, the same good, strong Royal Guard, Musketeers, and Hussars that made the British famous in DE and the Asian Diocese, part of Germany. Okay, so we can already start to see a bit of aggro from Tupi developing here before it even begins. Looks like a longhouse will be placed over here. This is no ordinary longhouse like the Hods have. Tupi longhouses can produce raiding parties, which are a mixed group of archers, spearmen, and coyote runners that the Tupi can field in their armies, basically. Now, statistically, they're not the same as said units. I mean, we gotta differentiate. So basically, the Tupi get a anti-cav unit called the Yibrahara, which is basically a tomahawk that doesn't have a range attack, but has like the melee stats of like a pikeman. Tupi archers, the Oibisi archers, are very cheap but very weak. And then the Maratakors is sort of like their coyote runner. It uses a two-handed club. And generally speaking, it's very solid against artillery, but can be used against skirmishers as well. So it's like a mishmash of everything, basically, like combined arms tactics that you can do with the Tupi. Not particularly strong against one class of unit, but, you can deal with mixed armies a bit easier, honestly, with it, pretty much. So now we got Tupi raiding this one settler here, using the help of that treasure guardian. They was able to convert this outlaw rider here. Of course, as you know, treasure guardians have a malice against villagers as to prevent the natives from being too broken in the game. I mean, just imagine if they got rid of the nerf that basically gave these treasure guardians a malice against villagers. Like they said, hey, you can do full 14 range damage to a settler. That would be pretty big, actually, and it would make native civs really, really scary, as well as any other civs that can use the nature friendship ability, which There are a number of some that can. I mean, for instance, the Egyptians. The Egyptians have a card called Snake Charming, where Muhammad Ali Pasha can actually convert treasure guardians, just like the Native Americans can. So imagine in Egypt a Native American civ, like converting treasure guardians and doing full untainted damage against a villager. That would be like raiding a whole nother level, really. Yeah, so what's Cappy doing for the age up? The Statesman, that's going to just be your Governor General. You get about a little coin, and then you get an outpost wagon, which is pretty good. And Tupi's just starting to age up now with the messengers, so going right in for a rush. You could already tell that from the longhouse placement, but this just confirms it. Getting good timing on the shipment as well. You know, it should be pretty soon, and then the shipment should be able to arrive, basically. So what will the Tupi be shipping exactly? They will be shipping either crates or one of their units. In particular, they got a Yibber shipment noted by this, the Martikors, or the Oibisi archers. So ideally, I think they're probably going to go for one of these and then start, add crates in as needed. Also utilizing the scouting party. This is a big bun the Tupi get at their town center. It basically will ship in a batch of about 5 Tupi archers in an increasing cost every time you send it. If you recall, with other Native American civs, they also have similar big buns at their town centers, but you can only send the unit like 3 times, right? Well, for the Tupi, while the number of units it delivers does not change, you can still send that big bun infinite times just at an increase in cost. It's really good for the early game because it can basically secure you some military units before your production building is even up or any of your shipments arrives. It's a very fast ability. And it can, of course, get you in a pinch to get rid of some raiding musketeers as well. Some of those nasty line infantry. Looks like you're shipping about 12 Oibisi archers, also a raiding party. So this is mostly going to be preparatory work for an anti-musketeer style attack, Multico is very familiar with the new German civ and knows the primary unit that Germany uses in attacks is line infantry. So the best way to counter Germany early on is just to get lots of archers and try to overpower their line infantry. Ideally, you want to be wiping out their line infantry as soon as they appear, evening the playing field, because one thing Cappy always tries to build with Germany is tempo. If he can keep like 20, 30 line infantry alive, that's when you're in trouble. But if you can continually wipe out his line infantry, even the playing field, Cappy may still have a better economy, but he does not have the military tempo to completely stomp you once he can afford a stable, because that's sort of the Cappy sort of mentality that we're used to. Get good tempo on the line infantry and then add a stable with hussars to just finish the deal and deal with any lingering skirmisher issues. Notice how Cappy is trying to draw the opponent in, trying to avoid his line infantry dying needlessly. He wants to only take fights that he knows he can get favorable odds on, but he will use his micro and snipe ideally a melee unit or 2 if he thinks he can get away with it without getting hit. He's even going to let him attack this outpost a little bit, It's nothing he needs to do. He's got the town center covering him. He's got a tower there. And he just waits for a good targeting opening where he's not going to take as much damage and wipes out some more units. Yep, just building that tempo. It's really important, Just like in a card game like PvZ Heroes where tempo matters. Tempo matters in RTS as well. It really determines what you can do with either the stats on the field in terms of the individual stats or the group stats, how many units there are. Right now, Cappy has about 7 line infantry, and I'm assuming he's queuing in more as we speak. Ooh, so he's doing something a bit different here. He's actually going to add landward cavalry levies. So this is one of the options you can do with Germany that sort of separates them a bit from the old British. Essentially, instead of being able to send Minutemen from your town centers, Germany has the ability to send emergency units from their outposts. either a land war infantry, which statistically is very akin to the Minutemen, or the land war cavalry, which is basically an emergency unit lancer that has a slight multiplier against skirmish units. And what Cappy was able to do was draw in his opponent enough to make him feel comfortable in the base and try to get this tower down. And instead of just going purely line infantry and having unfavorable trades against the archers, he was able to send a battalion of land war cavalry and utilize their multipliers, which mathematically has them doing about 30 damage per hit against the Tupi archers, and essentially wiping them out. And if you look right here, it only takes about 3 strikes to wipe out one archer with one of those lancers, and that's not including the bullets coming out of the tower, the TC, and the infantry. And that's ideally what you try to do with Germany, is you try to get favorable tempo plays from booming your economy with the manor houses and the free villagers that you get from each house build, like those one and also this one, and then taking that resources and putting it into masses of line infantry and eventually hussars. And then once you feel it's appropriate, go up to age 3 and start adding in skirmishers as well, which, you know, they're not, I don't think they're like base stats as strong as the old German skirmishers, since they don't get the needle, the Prussian needle gunner Royal Guard upgrade. And but yeah, I mean, it's similar stats, I think. So, mixture of skirms, line infantry, and hussars, normally what you do with Germany, but you also have free artillery from the Krupp factories, you have cuirasses, just like France does, you can do dragoons, you got other options as well. So, I mean, Germany overall, like we did with the tier list, is pretty easily an A-tier civ, just because of all these facts. The economy is there, the military options are there, and the tempo just feels really fluid and really nice with them, you know. Whereas a civ like the Tupi have to be very sweaty all the time. Tupi has to be really sweaty and always be trying to rush you, take villagers out, take buildings out, because if they're not, Germany just insta-wins the trade-off every time. And it looks like it might already be happening here. I mean, look at this Tupi army. 3 archers, 5 clubmen, 6 yibbers. What is he back on? I mean, he's choosing to add stats, I guess, with taper leather. Basically, it's a card that adds 5% HP to all units, including villagers, artillery, infantry, cavalry, whatever. So, at this point, Multico really does not know how to proceed with this, because Cappy has already established enough tempo and line infantry to already assert dominance on the field. So he doesn't know what he's going to do, how he's going to regain any advantage at all here. And there's very little he can do, because as soon as he even wipes out like one Cappy villager, which would never happen because he's using the outpost and the town center placement properly here with his gathering, if he did lose a villager, supposedly, he could easily build 2 or 3 more free villagers from these Meitskier and manor houses, because what's the build limit on? Let's actually look at that right now. He's built about 11 of them, so he still has the potential of adding about 9 more free villagers to the field. And what's his overall settler number? So he's looking at having about 37 right now, with 2 more on the way. So that, I mean, that's like half of his economy, you know. Germany, for all they get, do not get a full build limit of 99 settlers. They only get one of about, if you look right here, only about 84. And that's because that's to account for the Krupp factory's population in the Civ and the sort of free artillery production it does. So, you know, you have less overall villagers as Germany, but that means you're again free artillery in over time, be it at a slow rate, but hey, it's free artillery, so who's crying about that? You know, I mean, if you want to give me a free falconet or cove, give it to me. I want it. I really want it. You know, it's going to protect your line infantry from skirms. It's going to siege well. It's just great overall functionality. And once we see Cappy build a stable like this is when the match is practically over. You know, Cappy is at the economic place time at this point, where he's got enough villagers on the silver mines, he's got enough hunting going on. that he can afford to add hussars to his batch of line infantry. So no longer can Multico rely on Oibisi archers to dominate engagements now, because as soon as he thinks he's going to do that, there's going to be a huge mass of hussars that shreds his archers. And if he tries to bring in his melee units to protect the archers, the line infantry can shred them just with the range attack. 23 range attack is enough to shred melee units, especially in such small numbers. I'm speaking in hypotheticals if Multigo had a large Tupi army, which you can do with Tupi, but it looks like in this situation he's just lacking the numbers, and he doesn't even have the resources to make that happen right now. I mean, he could start queuing in OBC archers, but by the time Cappy starts doing one of his famous Cappy timing attacks, he's not going to have what he needs. And he's going for food trickle. I would be shipping units right now. I'm just saying, I would want these. I would want these out by now. And I would just be queuing archer, 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 archer. Bow, 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 bow. Because if you don't, Cappy already has the timing attack and the tempo to just strike you right now. So you need to start working on, getting some sort of defense, not food trickle. This is not the time to be eating comida. You got to work. You don't have time to eat comida. You don't have time for your almuerzo or your cenar or your desayunar. You know what I mean? You got to get right into it right now. I mean, this is a little too late to start getting these basic market techs. I mean, copper axe, tracking. These are basically hunting dogs and gang saw. These are like the bare bones and bare necessities market techs right here. You really shouldn't be getting them this far down the line. You should have already had these probably around like 5, 6, 7 minutes in game, and should have already been benefiting from those. The fact that you're getting them down now can be a bit of a problem, you know what I mean? I mean, now the more expensive Tupi chopping techs that cost a lot of food, I guess you can wait on those a bit, but it's timing with the Tupi. It's a number of thinking, hey, how much units do I need to make meaningful gains in the aggro, and how am I thinking about my economy as well? Because while you're doing all that rushing, you need to ideally prioritize the chopping upgrades at the Tupi market. And if you're not getting them early in the game, you slow down like Multigo is right here, and it just really turns into a slugfest, you know what I mean? And that's exactly what's happening here. He just, he was off on the timing with the market stuff and everything. But to be fair, he's dealing with one of the hardest civs to deal with in the game, Germany. It's like one of the best A-tier civs, according to the tier list. It's like only being by like a handful of civs like Ottomans, Dutch, Koreans, and so forth. So, I mean, you got your work cut out for you is if you're dealing with Germany. That is totally fair, especially in the hands of someone like Happy, who, from what I recall, what he told me, he used to be like a high PR rating on ESO Online. So he was like Giga Chad AoE 3 stats back in the day. So, I mean, he knows his stuff really well. And though he's grown a bit rusty over the years, he still knows what he's doing. So he told me the only way you'll ever beat me is if you outsmart me. You do a really nasty build order or a very OP civ or a combo. Or you pick a map that benefits you. That's the only way you can overcome the Cappy timing attacks and all the tempo he does. And then when he picks a civ like Germany, it's like the perfect paintbrush to make art with, the artistry of winning. So there you go. GG. Let's look at the post game real quick, and look at this type of score you get in resources against Tupi. It's incomparable. If you don't get that rush early on with Tupi, and this is against all civs, not just Germany, but it's more apparent here, the score just shows itself. I mean, and then look at the army size. It looks like Tupi just had more units, but you got to consider line infantry and hussars are much more valuable stats on the field, more tempo than Tupi units. So if you only got 88 units and they have 78, that's something wrong with that. You should be at like 100 something if you want to even be able to challenge the tempo on the field that Germany's able to do. So, I mean, That was a big fallacy, I think, is you just needed more units. You needed the architects a little bit earlier just to make sure that you could keep up with the program, so to speak. Yeah, so there's that one. We're going to go into the second game right now. It's loading in right here. And let me check what the game is while the game's loading up. It will be called Sydney versus Tokyo. So it's going to be a Australia versus Japan on Pampasielas. Another good ESOC map. Let me see. It should be S for Sydney. So basically, let me see. Is that the... Oh, here we are. Here we are. So basically, it's Hakos Bales versus management over at Cover Corps, basically. yeah, the Australian Rat versus Manichan. Yeah, should be fun. So what's the map? Pampasielas. I like this map. It's got different types of parts to it. You got the side over here that has the natives on it. You got this side that has the Inca natives on it. You got side over here that's a little bit more elevated and a little bit more choke pointable. Got the water on this side. I like this. I like the variety on this map, basically. And, I feel like in general I can find enough food on it, be it some of the hunts are a little bit farther out, but you should be able to herd most of them pretty fine, and mines-wise, I never usually run out of that. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this map. One thing to consider, though, is once this tree line goes, Australia might have some issues, so they better be careful of that. Yeah, just saying. Just saying. So, Cappy's used in Japan, another signature civ of his. As we pointed out in the tier list on Sunday, Japan is another S-tier civilization. I think I used A-tier before I described Germany. They're an S-tier civilization, yeah. So these are the most top-ranked civilizations in Wars of Liberty right now, Japan and Germany. Whereas Australia, I put them down into the C-tier category. While they do have some favorable trades with certain civs, they do struggle a bit, And you need to know what you're doing, and you need to just have, good RNG with your treasures, I feel like. Because it just seems like unless you're on the water map and you get a good water economy going, the Australian eco just feels a little bit drained. And that's something I've always noticed about the Australia civ. It just feels like, for whatever reason, it's a little bit drained. I think the main reason is because their villager, the convict laborer, costs 2 resources instead of 1. It costs a bit of coin and it costs a bit of food. And there's a very particular reason why that's the case, because at least eventually the idea is that the colonial faction of Australia in the Civ will yield outlaw units instead of normal units. So the idea of that is basically not only will anything associated with the more European side of Australia have an added coin cost, but mathematically will be more expensive than a standard unit and be inefficient, because that's what outlaws are in Age of Empires 3 in general, if you didn't know. They are actually, from design, supposed to be statistically weaker than what they cost. So even though this convict labor does cost a pretty considerable amount of resources, I mean, especially considering the fact that you have to put half your villagers onto mining to be able to, train them. There's nothing going on with them, It's not like the Dutch villagers where there's a perk to them, or the French villagers or whatever. Now, these are just plain old normal villagers that just have really wacky and obnoxious costs because they're supposed to be like outlaw villagers, really. So, yeah. There was a update to the Australians, I think it was in the last patch, that changed their age-up cost to 600 coin. It used to be 400 food and 400 coin to accommodate, their varied economy, but now it's just 600 coins. So nowadays, it's usually preferred to have most of your convict laborers onto the mining and just to ignore food as much as possible, Ideally, if you can, just keep the fur traders on the hunts if possible, and only have 1 or 2 convict laborers if you're still not getting the queues that you want or the timing to keep up the villager production, basically, yeah. Now, going up against Japan, we have to consider what they do in terms of army. I think the biggest problem for Australia in early game is going to be the Shiguma Musketeers, because the Shiguma Musketeers have the same stats as the Ashigarus from Definitive Edition. And what that basically means is that Shigumas actually have a faster movement speed than the normal Musketeer. A normal musket will move at a speed of 4. Shigumas and Ashigarus move at a movement speed of 4.5, which means they can outrun most infantry, which includes the boomerangs. The boomerangs, they don't have any movement speed boosts going on for them. So, Shigumas can outmaneuver them pretty easily. And there's another thing, too. The fact that the boomerang deals hack damage instead of pierce means that the Shiguma actually has some armor resistance to the range attacks of the boomerang. Unless, of course, Australia wanted to go with the colonial faction and go with the skirmisher bushrangers. But I don't like the bushrangers all that much. I feel like sometimes they're a little bit underwhelming, personally. Since they're based off of outlaws and they're not that particularly strong. So this should be an interesting matchup here to see how this turns out. We'll see, though. Where's he go with? Oh, he's going with William Dampier, so he is going the colonial road. He's going for the bushrangers. Honestly, I think that's probably going to be slightly more comfortable for you for dealing with Shigumas and possibly even the Kie skirmishers. We'll see. Cappy always goes for the Toshugu Shrine when he is doing his Japan. It's more the greedy option, Essentially, you're going for this big giant shrine that boosts up all your other shrines and thus gives you even more resource trickle. It's quite powerful, actually. And this is generally the deck that Cappy does with this Japan. It starts with going with Heavenly Kami, just making the shrines more affordable and slightly better gathering, and just running the map up with all these shrines. And then from H2, he's got really anything he needs, If he wanted to rush out of the gate, he's got Siago Takamori, this general here, to train units on the front lines as well as receive those unit shipments. He has his regular unit shipments that he can use. He's got diplomatic intrigue, which is particularly good for the Dutch allies. Maybe the Japanese isolationism, depending on what you're trying to do. And then the cherry orchards, if he's, needs some extra food and he needs to age up, he can use this to keep his base going longer. And essentially, it usually segues to Cappy, going FI or semi-FI into this and this. He's just getting out huge batches of artillery and just shelling somebody's base out. I don't know if Multigo can, outsmart Cappy, maybe stop him from having such an easy segue there. It really is going to depend, I've seen people like Metal and others actually manage to take out some of Cappy's shrines, some of his barracks, and give him a run for his money. And that's usually what you have to do with Japan. You gotta kind of deal with the shrines. The more shrines you can take out of Japan, it hurts their eco, and eventually you can even house them a bit too, if you're really good about it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, this should be kind of interesting to see if Multigo can pull it off with Australia, which is just a mere C-tier civ, Yeah, Australia's always been... I feel like Australia's always been a lower tier civ throughout its history, It's had some peak moments with units like the Headhunter and the old Bushranger, I feel like, but nowadays it's just, now that the Boomerang has sort of been reined in the Fire Stick a bit, it's not quite as strong as it used to be. I think probably a few patches ago, Australia was like a B tier at most. Now it's kind of gone to the upper C tier, I think. Yeah, yeah. So these are the Bushrangers. Pretty similar to they're basically like a weaker Renegado, basically. So instead of having all that damage that a Renegado does, these guys do about 18 damage. And their armor's pretty bad. It's only like 10% pierce armor. Not a whole lot. But, at the very least, he's got enough range to outrange the Shigumas and deal with their maneuverability a bit better. And he also has pierce damage, which, with the multiplier, is going to deal with full 36 damage per shot against the Shigumas, which is a lot better than what the Boomerangs would have done. So I think Colonial was the right pick here for Multigo. He is going to try to snipe a village. Yep, snipes the villager going for the Mercado. Too bad not the one for the barracks, because that would be really annoying. That would. This is why when you're in 1v1 and you know somebody might attack you, put the barracks in the back of the base. So that way your opponent can't rush your production and thus take you out altogether, because if they're rushing your market in the front, that's fine, because you can build another market later. But if you lose your barracks, that is really bad, because now it's GG, because you can't make any units to deal with what's attacking you. The barracks be in the back, yeah, it's out of sight, out of mind, so you can start slowly trickling in units to deal with the attacker. Be it is going to be a bit of a challenge using heavy infantry here, but Japan, of course, has the Kie skirmisher, which, they can use to go neck and neck against these bushrangers. I think the Kie statistically is technically better than these bushrangers, so if Cappy does get to a point where he wants to make some of those, he could do pretty well, It just takes a bit of time, because remember, the way you play Japan is basically working to get more shrines, and shrines cost wood, so you don't have the available wood right away to be able to keep training these Kie skirms. Cappy is trying. He is researching Water Wheel, that first wood chopping upgrade, so he can start to move in that direction. But right now, it's going to be a while, Thankfully, he does have those home city shipments to bolster the number of Kie skirms he's going in with to engage. Awesome part of Japan, of course, is that you can ship unit and related shipments like that twice. So, really, Cappy is going to be able to field 10 ship Kies total to help deal with this threat here. Now, I don't know if this Teshuga's going down. If that goes down, that's like a huge problem. Looks like Australia did add some Spontooners, which is a spearman unit compared to these. These do about 15 siege. These do about 28 siege. So he is doing some substantial damage to that structure there. Looks like bush ranges right now are just too numerous for the Kies to engage with. Yep. Looks like the Kies and the bush ranges have equal range of about 18, is that right? So, one does not really outrange the other at all. It's kind of like a back and forth there, really, Looks like Kies have a little less HP, but they have more armor and they have a bit more damage, so that's going to be a big difference here, honestly. Unfortunately, it looks like Australia is losing his mass there to the Kies. See, it's not firing on them, but what's going on here? He has to retreat. He's kind of lost too much there. How's his eco doing? Oh, he is aging up into Tukukino. Alright, so there was a bit of a plan there. He wasn't going to go full bushranger only. He's going to be going back to the Aboriginal faction for Age 3 to pick up their fire sticks. Does he have the necessary upgrade cards? He does not. And this might be a huge problem here. This is really bad. So if you're going to go with fire sticks, you need to put the necessary upgrade cards in your deck. At the very least, you need Melee for the infantry multiplier, and you need warrior combat. Ideally, put Dreamtime in there, as well as that other Aboriginal card. Australia gets a lot of cards upgrade their Aboriginal units. You just need to put them in there. And I don't even see one of them, really. What sort of cards we have? We got Kiri, Kylie here. Kylie, it's basically like Furrier. You really don't need this. You kind of just need some upgrades for your fire sticks. Like, what could you maybe foregone? Maybe this, and just put like some decent combat cards in there at least. I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know what he's going for here. This is looking a little risky now. This lack of stats that he's putting on his fire sticks might, be the fire that destroys him, really. Yeah, that's at least what I think for the most part. Yeah. Really, Pobre Bonito Tupi. Cappy's German, the best I've ever seen him. Well, I want to see you playing Japanese. You want to see me doing Japan? I actually know how to play Japan in Wars of Liberty, so I'll maybe today or tomorrow I'll do some gameplay for that for you. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was a total cleanup as well, by the way, Red Code. It looks like Rommel's also enjoying the stream as well. That's good because Rommel actually donated us a good number of recorded games for the stream, so you can thank Rommel for the amount of games that we got today, actually. I can't remember how many Rommel made, but I think it might even outnumber the number of recordings that Cappy did, you know. So Rommel's been pretty active and giving us a lot of stuff to work with, which is phenomenal. Yeah. Taking out the barracks, it looks like. Oh, yeah, this is not good for Australia. It looks like they might have to turtle a bit, yeah. Getting the fort out and switching over to light cavalry. I mean, the problem with that is now the Shiguma Musketeers, those wonderful anime girl musketeers with their wonderful anime girl wigs on, their wonderful red anime girl hair, are going to be a serious threat to your army comp since you're going with mostly shock units. This could be quite bad, actually. Quite bad. So we'll see how this turns out, though. Well, it depends if the fort even goes up. I mean, look at this army of infantry. This is quite bad. This is quite dangerous. Skirms and muskets, you know. I think he has enough to take out these fire sticks, you know. These fire sticks aren't going to be much of a defense because they're totally dry without any added stats to them. I mean, where's the fort even going to go? It's right here. He's coming from this direction. He's going to put it right here, right? And he's going to lose even more time on it because the light cavalry is walking right on top of the foundation as well. And now he sees it. Now he sees it. I mean, look at this right here. I mean, we could put the fog of war on. Yeah, he sees it already. So this is really not great. And yeah, he just has to micromanage his army a bit to deal with the assault units. It's really the biggest threat there is. Oh, he's got the white cavalry on top of his skirms, though. That's a little risky. But if he could take the fire sticks out, I think he's, I don't know. I mean, looks like the Minutemen are on. I might be able to get this fort up safely without any damage. Looks like he is. Yeah, thankfully the light cavalry connected well with the skirms, and the Minutemen were still available to finish off that army there. Yeah, okay. So what now, though? This is the question. You got a Japan that's, well, I was going to say an age behind, but they're already ready to start getting their Golden Pavilion up right now from the looks of it right here, right? Yeah, so they're already getting the stats up on their range units. Australia, what options do you have? I mean, you can keep going Bush Ranger, you can go Fire Stick. Well, their Wood Eco is kind of atrocious right now, so I don't think they can really afford to go Fire Stick at all. So it would have to be like, I don't know, like Bush Ranger, I guess. With maybe some Spearmen or, yeah, I mean, I don't know, like Rifleman Bush Ranger. Yeah, that's all I guess he can do. Because now you got Japan at the stage where they can start to add in their Gunto Riders, possibly their artillery, and you're looking at a real problem. But I don't think Cappy's going to do that. Cappy is just going to go Industrial Age, pick up the Morotaru in Industrial Age, and ship it right to his general. And then he's just going to siege the fort with the Morotarus, and it's going to be game over for you. That's what I think is going to happen. Yeah, I mean, look, Australia, all they can really do is just send light cavalry to like siege a shrine. Like, how many shrines do we even have with Japan? Like, well, what are we even looking at? If we look at the build limit, yeah, max out build limit. So I mean, what is this, like a loss of like one shrine? Yeah, he doesn't care about that. He's just looking at the long game, which isn't very long at all. It's more or less like 3 or 4 minutes it takes him to get to the Age 4 with the Shogunate, get that free general, and start popping out artillery shipments from the thing like a madman. Yeah, he's going to send the coin in to facilitate that process a bit faster, but same idea, you know. Japan is in the safe position where they don't have to do anything. You know, Japan prides itself on being a very boom-centric turtle civ in 1v1s, you know. Once they get the shrines up, once they get a decent build pop and the market text for the berry bush gathering and so forth, Japan really doesn't have to go out of their base until they're ready and they get all the bells and whistles they want, you know. Ideally, you know, those veteran guard upgrades on the muskets, the artillery pieces they want, maybe melee cav. It's really up to Japan to decide, you know, when they're going to be ready to do their next attack, basically. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if Australia has any secret tricks or moves they might be trying here, because right now it just looks like they're dead in the water. I mean, you can already see the score difference. There's already a score difference of like 40 points, which isn't the biggest, but it is noticeable. I mean, like, yeah, Industrial Age is coming right now. It's cooking. Where's that Shogunate gonna know? Is it gonna go here? Is it gonna go here? Oh, it's gonna go right here. Okay. Let's start constructing that Shogunate, right? And what about down here? What are you doing as Multigo? Multigo can only train Whitworths. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is probably all you can do is Australia to try to do what's coming next, because Japan is in a position where they're going to just start popping out artillery from the home city. So having a little bit of Whitworths on your own to try to target them probably is all you can really handle right now, especially since Anglo-Civs like Australia. Well, Australia in particular does not even get a Dragoon option until Imperial Age. So all they can really do is counter artillery with either melee, like I don't think Australia even gets a naval infantry, do they? No. So, it's either like artillery counter, like a Culverin style counter. You can go like melee cavalry, or you can use boomerangs. You can use boomerangs en masse to counter artillery as well. But he didn't go with that, so why do we even need to even worry about that premise? We don't. And riflemen and spontooners, great, but leaves you open to mass artillery and Japanese infantry. Yeah, I mean, in general, I think a Shiguma is going to do much better in this engagement than a rifleman is. A rifleman, not the strongest musketeer in the field. The rifleman gives up a lot of its potentially stronger musketeer stats just to be able to counter assault units at range as an add multiplier. Maybe we see the rifleman snipe Nagorka Gaishi here. That would be like the best thing Australia could do right now. I don't think he is, because Japan's smart enough to say, I'm not going to put my general in danger there. I mean, we see him trying to move in his spontooners and try to go for that exact attack, but it's like, yeah, he's got perfect distance from you to avoid any sort of danger like that. That's exactly what you want to do there. Yeah. Handling it perfectly well. And here's the Moritaros. Didn't I talk about them? Yeah, these Moritaros. They're going to come right onto this fort down here, and it's looking like a GG. Well played. For Japan, that is. Yeah. Japan always played well by Cappy. Cappy really likes Japan. I mean, everybody likes Japan, There's nothing to complain about with Japan, right? The food's good. The anime girl streams are good. The Civ itself and the game is good. I mean, how can you go wrong with Japan, I mean, the only sad person who's sad with Japan is obviously the one that loses to him in War's Liberty, and the person that sent their life savings into a super chat to a cute anime girl owned by one of the agencies. Like, they go, "Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the 1,000k US dollars. Good luck paying your mortgage." Yeah. Yeah, that's essentially what happens. Yeah. I mean, I guarantee that's happened before to people. It's got to have happened before. I've heard those things happening in China before, where people took out loans to get super chats. It's like, okay, I'm gonna get a loan to send a cute anime girl, a donation. I'm gonna get a loan for that. Like, it's not a boat, it's not a house, it's not a car. It's like getting your notice by Hiroshi at that point is what you're investing in for the future. Like, hey, I mean, you could even, take out stocks, I suppose, to get a super chat, I guess. Would anybody do it? Hopefully not. Yeah, I'm going to take my stocks out of Fidelity and, get a super chat, because I need to be acknowledged as a lonely male. Yeah, basically. Yeah, it's funny, though. It's funny. Multigo is commenting on his Australia. That was an improvised Australia deck. I got a better one now. Oh, okay, I understand. All right, so that's one of the things that can always be a bit of a disadvantage to you is when you build a deck on the fly, because you don't have time to think about the exact technicalities and stuff. So yeah, if possible, when you're setting up like 1v1s in any matchup, it's best to try to just set up your decks ahead of time and think about the possibilities, Or just watch my stuff, I generally know what cards are really good and which ones are not so good. So if you're wondering what do I do with the deck, maybe just see some of the decent ones I do and, put your own flavor to them. If you like more crates or units, if you like certain early game gathering upgrades that I don't usually do. I like the late game gather upgrades. I like my refridge, my real mint, my textile mill. You might like Furrier and Spice Trade and Silversmith. Really depends on your playstyle, and you just need to, set up the way you think that you're going to benefit from the most, really. That's all I can really give you for advice on it, Yeah, basically. Alright, well, GG, well played on that one. That was certainly a really good matchup there. I think Australia had a bit of possibility at the start of the match, but of course, with an improvised deck, you're not going to be able to get very far with the C-tier civilization. Yeah, because definitely when you're playing more of the C-tier and lower civs, you do need to make sure that your deck is pretty standard and solidified, because otherwise you're just going to struggle against anything in the upper echelons, especially an S-tier one like Japan. So what's this next game going to be called? I think now we're starting to get into some of the Rommel team and 1v1 games here. So we got Rumanissimo. So double Romania versus Canada and Ethiopia. So maybe an eternity game. Let's see. R is for Romania, and that's good enough for Stelezi casting. Alright, there we go. My mouse was a bit slow there. I'm like, oh no, it's crashing. Because I guess every other time when I go into BlueStacks now, my PC crashes with a blue screen. I'm like, why is this happening? Like, did Microsoft do something wrong with the Windows update or something where the emulator isn't working? Yeah, I might have to see if I can upgrade to a better version of BlueStacks and see if I can avoid that. But either way, we're back on Pampa Sierras again. And down here we got Team Romania, Team Dracula, Team Garlic and stuff. And up here we got the other team. We got a... let me see, who is this? So this is Romania here, this is Romania here. And these guys down here are basically the Canada and the Ethiopia. So Eternity is playing Ethiopia, and Verlingo is playing as Canada. Yeah. Yeah, Verlingo has really been trying to lock Canada lately. He's been trying it a whole lot. I think he's just gone tired of losing all the time as Peru, and he's... feeling a little bit more straight enough to get away from the Incas for a while and the very rainbowy flags. So he's figuring, we'll go Canada. We'll go to an A-tier civ instead of a rainbow tier civ with the Inca. Which, I commend him for. I do. Yeah. But Ethiopia, Ethiopia is certainly a highest tier A civ in terms of what we were able to determine, because essentially Ethiopia is a more impactful version of Mexico, really. Whereas Mexico, a good turtle and defend and upgrade civ, Ethiopia does that at a much higher level. So that's why, this could be a real problem for Team Romania if they're not careful, because you got a really solid A-tier rushing civ that has later game potential, and a really good turtle and boom civ with Ethiopia. So, we'll have to see what Romania can do, because what we were able to determine, at least from what I recall, was Romania being sort of an upper C-tier type civ, because it's certainly one of the more unstable nation-state civs, I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought we were able to determine. So, they're gonna have some work cut out for them. We're gonna have to see what they can actually pull off here. They're going to have to get pretty creative with their builds, I think in general, the more players there are on the team, the more higher performing Romania typically does. I know in 1v1, Romania is pretty unstable choice. But as you add 2, 3, 4 players to a team, Romania tends to have a little bit more success because essentially the more disadvantages of the Roma villagers sorts of dissipate, and they have more time to use some of their more powerful build orders, I think. So we'll see. I want to actually look at the decks right now and see what they're actually doing here. So it looks like Marston's Romania is utilizing Lartari. We got Secularism of Monastic Fortunes. This basically adds a coin trickle to your church. This will essentially make Roma villagers stronger, so it's hard to raid them, but also give them a better gather rate when near their Verdun wagons. Yeah, but other than that, we got a lot of crate cards here. We got Hajuks. We got the mule artilleries. And then in age 3, we got Academia Romana, which is a pretty interesting one. It basically makes your architects cheaper depending on which ones you're looking for. Essentially by removing their entire coin cost. So, I mean, if your architect has any sort of coin cost to it, adios, amigos, with it. Yeah, basically. Now, this is a powerful card. Resita Works. Essentially, it gives you a falconet, and it essentially replaces your ability to train mule artilleries with falconets. So you no longer have that cheaper, earlier cannon, but rather a more European, solid falconet that you can use. Yeah. And what does Rommel have in comparison? Rommel is running some other things. You know, he's got the Resita Works. He definitely has a lot more of the Romania upgrades that I like. He does have the adoption of the Latin script to get some of those European arsenal techs, advanced arsenal techs, I should say. He's got Calusari here to improve the Calera. Now, this is an interesting thing that I didn't realize until now. I think this card here, Calusari here, is actually going to be a much more useful card now. Because remember in this patch that Cavalry no longer deals damage to itself in trample mode. So I think this card here, Calusari, is actually going to be pretty impactful now. And I think in some situations we might see a lot of use of it. You know, just saying. Trample upgrade cards in general are just going to be a lot better now, I think. I think this is a good example right here. You know, I'm surprised he doesn't... Does he have, Yeah, no, he doesn't have the card that lets Caloras turn other units into Caloras. No. It would be good if he had that, because that would essentially mean that you can grow bigger armies of cavalry by attacking weak units like Vills and Skirms and stuff, but I guess he's not using that. We'll see. Now, here's the what's that card called by Ethiopia? The Degradados card. Essentially, it ships you 6 pistoleros and gives them 35% upgrade on their HP and attack. And to boot, your Ethiopian Red Library techs also improve the range attack of gunpowder units. So you end up getting a real beast of a musketeer here that can just run around the map at about 4.5 movement speed. Like, look at the range attack on these right now. 42 range attack. Are you serious? Look at the stats on these things. Look at these things. These things are crazy. Now, the trade-off is, of course, is that they're outlaws, and thus it's going to take a pretty considerable amount of time after you ship it before you can actually start training other things again, like bills and military. So you basically give up your normal structure just to send out a couple of beefed up pistoleros to just start blasting things around the map, basically. Like look at this. Look at these pistoleros. Taking out multiple peasants there and then denying the tower house. This is kind of serious, you know. They better come up with something for this. I mean, it looks like Maston's at least going for some of the Hajuks there. Looks like he shipped about 8 of them in. And that'll be a decent skirmisher that you can use to sort of force these pistoleros off for now. Yeah. Yep, and this is the stage of the game where Ethiopia is just going library tech after library tech, aiming for more of the yellow ones because the yellow library techs give you crates of food back, so all the food you end up spending on the library techs are yellow, you end up making back, which means, hey, I can do more and more of those same library techs and then start to use up the huge stacks of food to hit some of the more cheaper ones in red and blue, really. What's Canada doing in all this? Are they going to go military, or are they just going H3? He is going to make Tropa de Marines, though. Make some of that naval infantry, I guess. Pistoleros, thought about sieging racks, but now they got Hajuks on their tails, so they kind of can't do that. We'll also add in some Scythemen. It's a bit of siege and a bit of anti-cavalry, too. I mean, I don't think you're going to need Scythemen at this stage against Canada and Ethiopia. You ideally want more infantry, both for the Pistolero threat now and a bit later, because most of the stuff that Ethiopia can do against you in the early game, the red game is going to be more or less infantry. I mean, they got Campbell Riders, which is like a Cossack, and then they got the Oromo, which is like a Lancer, like a Spanish Lancer, but other than that, I mean, most of your threats are the dismount stuff, really, and the artillery. Going for that gold trickle from the church. I wonder if that's going to, help out at all here. Looks like, yeah, I see some coin certainly coming in, but where does it go from here? Rommel going in by himself, not very ideal, because guess what? The dogs are nipping at your ankles in the back, and now the Tropa de Marines are blasting you in the front. And it's going to be hard to get away now, because the dog is snaring you. These Tropa de Marines are naval skirmishers, so they have a range of about 16. They definitely outrange the Dorobanti. And I believe they they actually range par on par with these Hajuks as well. So yeah, in general, you do not want to put yourself in unfavorable situations with these Tupas, because they deal a good amount of damage. For the lack of HP that they get, they do a lot of damage. I mean, not too far away from the Pistoleros. These do about 42 range, and then these 32 range. 42 and 32. So, a lot of general damage stats on the field, which is something these two Romanians are going to have to contend with. They're going to have to make sure that they're managing their infantry well and they're not getting into dicey situations at all, basically. Yeah, we'll see, though. We'll see what they can pull off here. Yep, Pistoleros are just going to keep scouting around. If they can come across any hunters or miners over here, they're doing the resource gathering, yeah, you can just use the Pistoleros and, take away those resources from them by taking them out, yeah. Yep, troopers moving on this side. Just an overall surround tactic, to see if there's any vills they can wipe. I think the Tropa de Marines could definitely make a move on these ones. Oh, yes, they will. 1, 2, 3. Definitely 3. 4 is definitely on the way. On this one, they definitely get. Alright, so 4. 4 vills. Pretty harmful, actually. I mean, look at Rommel's score. 50 score, Rommel, this 10 minutes in the game. What are you doing, lad? What are you doing? Yeah, I mean, that's some serious pressure. Like, he lost a lot of vills, and he's, now Massen's going to lose some vills, it looks like. Yeah, but he's going to lose vills to these Pistoleros. Look at all the vills that they're losing here. Look at all these villagers. This is so bad. Look at all these vills. Like, he's going to get more Look, he's getting more villagers. Look at all these villagers he's losing. You can't make this up. Look at all this economy that's being lost in such a quick amount of time. Like, wait, what? This isn't going to help. pistoleros or heavy infantry. They got knives to fight cavalry. Try to chase them with these. You give them even more value. Oh, the pistoleros, look at that. They're going to go after another villager again. They're going to get this one, and then they're going to get this one. Yep, right there. Yep, exactly. Denies the tower house. Now he has to build another one. Has to put another spot. He's doing a great job here. And then look at this rating, too. None of these players here, none of these Romanians were able to retain their vills, and it's like, yeah, this is fatal. This is really fatal. All they can do is try to do the same sort of damage themselves with some Caloras here. Calarasi. And it's like, no, you cannot. I mean, look. It's coming in right now. He's going to try to come in here with some of these. And it's, yeah. Going to restart real quickly, particularly from their town center defenses, but also some of the towers that Ethiopia is able to do, right? Because if you recall, Ethiopia gets free pours from their town center over time, which they can turn into more towers to do damage against these calves with their anti-shock multipliers. Yeah. I mean, we'll see if he can. Ooh, no. Tigres, not today. Yep, Tigres are on the way. These things are basically the same as Kamyuks in AoE 2 DE. Very long-range spears that, can do really hard damage against these Kalaras from long range. Yeah, because you can see how long the polearm is and just imagine, what the melee range is. It's pretty substantial against these. Really is. So we got some pistoleros here with some Troop Marines doing that. Ooh, some Muscari as well. Might remember these guys from Definitive Edition. In Definitive Edition, they're mercenaries that have multipliers against Cavi. In Wars Liberty, they're just your average African skirmishers, so they're going to be good against heavy infantry as well as light cav, mainly. Oh no, look. Caloras getting too close for comfort. Really, really desperate to get those villagers. Like, super desperate to get them. Another batch of troop beds looking for more raiding. Is it there? Is there anything to raid? I mean, Tower House is thankfully there, but you could potentially get to these ones. Yeah, I mean, like, both of them have proper polearm infantry to deal with the cav. It's not going to be a huge threat, that raiding. Definitely not. Looks like Artemana Oliva is here. Hey, Studded, how long do you think it'll take to watch all games you got? Canada's a rather solid pick, though. Yes, it is. Canada's a really solid pick. Oh, yeah, the trample mode basically makes all Hussars small culisses, does it? Yes, it does. And then Rommel XD the war crimes. Oh, tell me about it. Look at all the war crimes. All the war crimes. It's crazy. That's a very solid use of Degradados. Ethiopia has had breathing room this whole time. They've been able to raid early. A very chip into Degradados. Oh yeah, I mean, even Rommel pulled out his monocle, his little monocle emoji to prove how nasty the Degradados shipment is. It really is. It really is a nasty, nasty shipment. I didn't check. Does Attorney have any of them left? Any of those, I don't... Yeah, he's got 3 of them left still. I mean, these things got incredible value this whole game. He still has 3 of them left. Unreal. And now Eternity's already starting the Congo line with the Goa migration card. This card here essentially gives your villager, allows you to produce villagers for free over time from your Ethiopian town centers. And while still being able to train villagers for food at the same time concurrently. So you'll have one queue of free villagers, and then you'll have the queue of the villagers you train for food. The only nerf to it is the fact that your villager training rates will be, the training time will actually be degraded, so you'll basically take double the time to train villagers, but of course, value-wise, you're saving a lot of food on it and a lot of maintenance to get to a higher vill number doing that. So, I mean, still a win-win for you most of the time, you know what I mean? I mean, there's very few situations where you need the villagers right then, right? More raiding going on. Can't make this up. He's gonna get four villagers out of this, and then there's villagers over here hanging out around the. What is this? What is this thing? If he had like one more infantry, he'd be getting one shots in all these. He's very lucky. Oh, he's gonna get these ones too. Look, he's right on top of the cliff, and he's gonna hit more of them. He's getting more of them. Can't make this up. Look at, he's going to get this one. In terms of games tonight, I don't know how long it's going to take for us to get through all these. Or it could take, it might take between 2 to 3 hours, maybe perhaps. That's at least my guess, because we're on about game 3 right now, Ken towards the later half of game 3. And we have about 12 games to cast, so we got about 9 more games to go after this one's done. So we're already looking towards a quarter done of. We're already core way through the recordings, I guess you could say. So, yeah. So we're definitely gonna get them all done tonight. That's definitely true, because I know in the past we've had some days where we've had so many recordings that we had to put them into next week. But I definitely think we're gonna get through all of them tonight, without a doubt. It's not even a question at this point, so we'll see. We'll see, though. Loyal Hajuk. Colonial Spontooners. Picking up this card, Land Reparation. Repartition, I should say. Reparation, not repartition. Watched too much news in the past few years. Reparations. Yeah, but no, that's repartition. Basically allows your farms to be built instantly. And why that's important is because for African civs, they don't have like solid mills that you just use for the whole game. The Africans, they have these little farms called lots that, you have to rebuild once they run out of food, just like AoE 2 farms. And thus, your ability to build the farms instantly is going to be great, because that means it's a lot less timing and macro for you to be able to maintain them, really. Yeah. Do any of these Romanians actually go for Falcons, perhaps? Could happen. I mean, from the stockpile, though, I don't think they can afford that. I mean, I will say, look at all the food that Maston has been able to get here with all the goose gathering. Or the geese gathering. Geese. He's even picking up the technology fodder here, which is the second sort of herdable improvement technology here that the nation states can get. So, yep, getting a pretty good food eco out overall. I think one of these Romanians going to need to go to Rosetta Works and start getting some Falcons up. But it looks like what they're doing right now is just infantry, making more Hajuks, picking up the team card Oyina. Essentially, this improves allied infantry melee attack as well as movement speed. So your infantry move faster than normal, and they, can do a bit better in melee. It's particularly good for like your pikeman units, your musketeer units, but maybe in some instances it helps some of your other units too. All of them infantry, of course, but yeah. Going for loyal mule artillery, so Yeah, I guess with this sort of macro, this sort of stockpilage, it's kind of better for you to stick to mule artilleries, at least for now, because you just got a surplus of food to get them out. You know, if you had more coin, I would have definitely gone the Falconet route and just went with those powerful weapons. But if you got a lot of food and wood like this, don't make a waste of a good thing. Just get out huge stacks of the mule artilleries, backing up your infantry, and I think you'll be in great shape. Yeah. I think one reason Maston's doing so great is he is actually utilizing the livestock pen called the Hunting Lodge up there with plenty of these geese. You know, the geese, they're one of the quickest animals to find because they don't carry a lot of food, but granted, if you can keep up with them, great food source that's pretty reliable since, you know, it doesn't take forever to get done. It's not like you have to keep going back there every few seconds. Like, okay, I need more geese, I need more geese, I need more geese, I need more ganders, you know what I mean? You can just worry about a few times, and once you go down a certain number, then you can add some more geese in and, you know, start eating them then. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Interesting trick that Maston is using here. See, with Romania, they have this civ bonus called modernization, which allows them to research later technologies an age earlier, or actually even earlier, but for an increased cost. So essentially, Maston had to pay, like, I believe, like, was it like, I don't think it was quite double the cost, but like definitely like 65 something percent of the original cost of the tech, just so you could get the guard mule artillery now in age 3. Because right now they're really behind. You know, Rommel's at like a score of 108 right now. Rommel's probably so tired out that he's already looking at the Juanitas muy bonitas and the Ventanas at this point, waiting for the end. So it's really going to come down to what Maston can do here with these early guard upgrade artillery units, perhaps. Sadly, you have to go age 4 to get Monstrous Coalition and start unlocking the guard and imperial upgrades on the Hajuks, because that would definitely be great if you could actually get those off the bat. But unfortunately, you need a card to unlock it, but unfortunately, that card's in age 4. So, yeah, good luck with that, I guess. Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, basically. Going to age 4 right now with Ion Giga. Also, again, Academia Romana probably to make the farming technologies like free at this point. Yeah, he might be going for like an early Imperial Age type economy and try to get the last 4 farming upgrade early and try to catch up with the Canada, at least I think in terms of score. Should be pretty good, you know. Just need the other Romania to keep up themselves, but it could be tricky. Could be quite tricky, actually. Here comes some light cavalry coming in for the strike there. Look at that. Call the cavalry horn. Yep. I don't think they dealt with that sort of thing before. A bunch of Romanian skirms, but looks like they're just as good. Yeah. Yeah, that's a total defeat right there. And here comes the Ormos to boot. These are basically like Spanish Lancers. They got like multipliers against infantry as well. I mean, that's a lot of damage if you're infantry. Like more than, like almost like 80, 81 damage in melee. It's like really insane what these Ormos can do. Really is. There you go. GG, well played. Wonderful. That was a good game for Eternity, I would say, and for Ringo. I mean, They had like a rating fest. Like look at these villager numbers again. Like look at what happened to Rom. Look at Rommel. Look at Rommel at this line here. Rommel had like no economy. I mean, they even stamped Masson pretty bad, but at least he had a little growth at the start there, and he had like a little lump here. Look how long it took him to like maintain that and go up again. It was like forever and ever, and Rommel just didn't go anywhere at all. And then you got Goa migration with Ethiopia. It just goes whew, like a curvature to it. Yeah, quite big actually. I could be mistaken though. 5 Mamluk for free. Yeah, that's what I said about Goa migration. I think Goa migration is as good as it's always been, you know. I mean, it's a little bit fairer on paper now, but yeah, Goa migration still performs quite well, I would say. Yeah, definitely on that. I think that's definitely something everybody can agree on at this point. So now it's Alma Gitana. Alma Gitana. Let's try that one. E is for Alma. Where's that? This one. It's gonna be a Romania versus France. So basically the same flag. You know what? We gotta assert something about history. So basically the Romanian flag is simply the French flag, but somebody pissed on the thing because he didn't have a toilet nearby. So he figured, you know what? I'm gonna piss on the French flag and make it Romanian, and let's call it Romania. That's basically the Romanian flag, you know. Like look at this. And look at this. It's basically the same flag, and I bet if you were colorblind and you couldn't see yellow, you'd basically think it's exactly the same flag. Exactly the same flag. Yeah, pretty much. Well, actually, wait a second. The red and the blue is a bit darker on that, I will say. But that's from the PP, though. The PP just makes the flag darker because of the wetness in it, right? The dampness with that yellow lemonade juice that you just dumped on it. So basically just a peed on French flag. Just like I thought I'd point that out. But either way, we're on Jebel Musa. This is a really good map that we've seen in some of the past Chorizo Zarate Ligas before. So definitely a competitive map. You got a bit of water up here for fish eco if you're the Greeks, but otherwise you really don't see a lot of focus up there. Got some natives, particularly light cavalry natives. You got the Jesuits and the Apache trade route that goes right through the middle of the map. And then you got these like little grassy like plateaus with a little bit of entrances and choke point potentials that you have on both sides in the grass. And then, you know, you have to cross into the desert to reach your enemy's one, basically. So it offers some interesting options. I find in general this map offers a little bit more of a late game gameplay than you can on other competitive maps, just because of the defensibility on here. You know, this is a great map to beat Portugal on. Portugal has a real easy time on a map like this. So if you're going up against a Portugal here, you're in trouble. Yeah. Now I don't know, I think from what our tier list tells us, France definitely does better than the Civ that copy their flag but peed on it, basically. I definitely think that. Basically it. 100%. Yeah. I'm not Wololo Nick. Wololo Nick is somebody totally different. Oh, hey, that's my game. Yeah. You're Wololo Nick? Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Welcome to the stream, man. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, Wololo Nick is someone who used to be playing mainly on ESO Online, and then he sort of switched over to Radman as soon as he noticed everybody was playing on Radman and stuff. And yeah, he's a pretty solid player, you know. albeit at times he gets a bit rusty because there's periods where he can play it pretty often, times he can't. So, from his glory days, I remember Wolo Nick has a pretty good performance amount on ESO Online when going against Masson and some of the other Woleros up there. Yeah, definitely. I remember there was a time, I think it was last year, when I played against Wolo Nick, but I was the France, and he was something else. And I think I performed so well with the France that he literally outright questioned me, "Are you counterpicking me, man?" Because this matchup is just really not favorable for me. But to be honest, France is not a hard counter civ. They're supposed to be a well-rounded civ that can just do many things good. And what Cappy pointed out was I was going to put them in more of like a middle, like A tier or something, but Cappy said, no, Gringo, they have to go in S tier because they're basically got all the neutral aspects of the Definitive Edition Civ, and now they have even better units, right? They got like a mounted skirmisher, they got these waves, they got the Foreign Legion from the tavern that they can do. They got all the Royal Guard upgrades on their stuff. France is a really brutal civ in Wars of Liberty. And to boot, they don't even have the native scout anymore. They got the hot air balloon. They got this really great hot air balloon with nice little blue and red stripes on it, basically, that they can basically fly around the map with and be able to fly over water with too. But do be aware that this hot air balloon can be destroyed. It can be destroyed. Yeah. But if you do lose your hot air balloon, I believe you can train up to 2 of them at a time from the town center to keep your scouting going. But I don't think we ever see anybody retrain them, to be honest, because, well, hey, I mean, why would you retrain a hot air balloon? It costs food and wood, man. You really want to do that? I don't think so. Definitely breaks your build order. Definitely say that. Oh, so going for a stable age up is Romania. Looks like it's Rommel. Going up as Amanoi Gojdu. Okay. I think he gives you a Caloras and some coin or something like that. Then France is going up with the Artisan. That politician's the same as the Core Master. It's about 400 wood. And it basically sets you up for whatever sort of infrastructure you're going to need in Age 2. You can get a barracks, you can get a stable, you can get both, and get some houses too. And yeah, 400 wood is a pretty valuable age up, I would say. That's why most people usually go with the Artisan when it's an option for that civ. Second best one I see people go for is the Statesman usually, unless they're doing something real wacky, Because there is a really cool politician for France that allows the stable to produce, I believe, 2 free hussars when you build it or something. Yeah, that's pretty powerful, like 2 starting hussars when you build a stable, which you probably could get the wood from during the transition to age up. I mean, hey, that's pretty nice. We'll say that. Fur trade. So what is this exactly? Why do you have fur trade in your deck? I'm a little curious about this one, actually. What is the fur trade doing? Is it helping you get the Mamluks and the natives here? What is the fur trade for? I don't know about the fur trade. Like, it's a little bit strange to me, at least, seeing the fur trade. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens with it. Pretty sure it's good performance, but we'll see. Looks like 700 wood's coming in with a barracks. So yeah, France can do a number of infantry from the barracks. They can do pikemen, volunteers, which are basically just crossbowmen. You can do their line infantry, their muskets, or they can do grenadiers. Yeah, and all those can become Royal Guard in Age 4, so, slightly stronger than they normally are. Yeah, only making your Age 4 upgrading experience not so fun. But I will say that Wars of Liberty more recently did something to make Royal Guard upgrades less painful. They basically allowed you to get a Royal Guard upgrade for 800 resources instead of 1,000. So, I mean, yeah, it's much more of a positive, I find, to your tech tree than a negative. So, yeah. It looks like Rommel already has a large mass of the Dorobanti here going on the attack. Dorobanti, definitely a lot worse than the line infantry. The line infantry have more HP and more range attack. They're going to beat the Dorobanti. The only thing the Dorobanti do pretty well, if you look at the stats, is essentially they have better hand armor, like 40% hand armor. That's quite solid. Yep. Everything else, they got the same hand attack, the same siege. The range attack is a little less, so, I personally like the line infantry myself, Dorobanti. They seem to be better when you use their trading post related card. I think then they become a nice massable unit, but just training them by themselves, you're going to be having lesser fights, I think. What's the cost? Like 70 food and 20 coin. 75 food and 25 coin. Only like saving 5 of each resource. Like, really? I just don't see any potential in it. Unless you're going against, like, massive melee civs like Paraguay with their shotguns. Oh, and you sunk the poor hot air balloon. Isn't that sad? Look at it flying in the grass there. Yep, I like the hot air balloon, so... Yep, you'll pay for it, though. You'll pay for it. Look, France already has volunteers. They got line infantry, so they're already preparing. They got grenadiers too. They're getting a smorgasbord of infantry. Once they get the smorgasbord going, it's going to be really hard to stop it. Really is. Yep, just scouting around. It looks like just finding any pressure points he can raid on, it looks like. I don't think he's going to find any, but he can keep trying. Is the Rommel deck the same as... Yeah, it is. I also know it's like Romania, what you can do, particularly with your current setup with the Dorobanti. If I was going up against France, I probably would go get the early unlock of Venatori and start out with that myself, because that way you could beat line infantry, you could beat grenadiers, you could beat volunteers. You'd only have to worry about hussars, but even that wouldn't be as bad because it's Venatori or a late game skirm, thus suffer no malice from scout units. So I would just win with the early Venatori myself. I wouldn't be going with Dorobanti. Dorobanti only is going to save you from massed hussars or something like that, hypothetically. And even then, I don't know. Well, it depends on your experiences, I guess, with the unit. Looks like the infantry will be able to take out this Verdun. Oh, that's pretty bad. Once you take out the Verdun, then they can't train any more Roma villages until they essentially get another Verdun from the home city. Yeah. Who's more formidable? I think the France is, but they are going to turn back though and deal with the Dorobanti problem in their base. Either way. Yeah, so should be an interest. Up. Vilkill? Oh, they even get that one. That's pretty sad. And then snares basically herds the animals away from the TC in that direction so he doesn't get raids. Yeah, looking to be good to be France right now. We're almost sitting around 50 score again with Romania. Is this like a Rommel Dracula curse or something? Sitting around 50 score with Romania in every game. Yeah, it's definitely not doing the best right now with it. Definitely not. Now aging up to age 3 with Avram Iancu. Iancu or Iancu. Who is he? He is a stable politician again. So going with more stable focus. For what, though? I mean, Color S is not going to be an answer to line infantry. I'm just saying. You know, Romania is one of the only civs in the game that does not have an assault unit in their roster. They don't get the honor guard. So, I mean, if you were like Bulgaria or Greece and you had honor guards or Serbs, I'd say, yeah, stable's probably the good way to go here. But Calras just not going to do what you think they're going to do. They're going to suffer from their lack of HP, and they're going to get shredded by line infantry in both melee and range. That's my prediction, folks, and I think it's going to hold. We'll see. I think I'm on the money with it. We'll just have to see if that ends up being the case or not. Took out that villager. Nice. Now you're going to start sieging away at that house. Ooh, yep, a little bit of added Grenadier strength there. But here comes the Calarasi. Trying to go right for the skirmish units. Looks like they're connecting a bit, but it's trying to. France is basically trying to surround the cav with the bayonets, and it's working well and takes them out. But I think it did offset enough that Romania can defend this wave. Yeah, he's just buying himself time and trying to get free shots from these tower houses on him. Oh yeah, I mean. Yeah, Durabanti's stats just falling apart. The lack of HP. And thus, France will be able to retreat with units, which is not good. It's all... Because I thought that maybe Rommel could try to defeat that army and try to even it out a bit, but now he's essentially surviving with some of those line infantry. Yeah, definitely. Oh, here's the Venatori shipment there. And there's training more Venatori as well. That's the Romanian skirmisher, essentially. Yeah, these Venatori, got pretty good HP, I would say. They're a little bit tanky. Their armor's not that great. Their range is a little abysmal, but, yeah, I mean, they can certainly do pretty well in infantry engagements, usually. Gets a Star Fort to try to solidify the defense. Whereas Francia in H3 themselves and has about 2 Falcons shipped in. And then I'm assuming either going for this, so they're going to save up for one of these. Oh, he's going to go for the Mamluks, isn't he? He's going for the full assault. Oh, that could be good. That could be quite good. Because the Mamluks just have so much HP there. Yeah. We'll see. Going veteran on the line infantry, good choice at this point. May as well get those upgrades in. Make you even better against the Durabanti. I'm very washed nowadays. Fur trade is a filler. Okay, I understand. Doesn't France get like Colbertism or something? That probably would have been a better choice, honestly. Because at least it's like a food trickle or something. Or even eco-theory. Eco-theory on the Sans-Calates could be great, since the Sans-Calates base gather rate is more than the normal settler. So maybe take out the fur trade and put in eco-theory, perhaps. Might be a good solution. Definitely. So it goes for the 3 cuirasses. Today's cuirasses. And veteran line infantry. 2 Falcons. Not complaining at all with that comp. I think it's going to hit very strongly. We'll see, though. Yeah. The killer says. Oh, nice. Oh, that splash attack's working quite nicely there. Yep, getting a bit outnumbered by the Dorabanti though, so he has to let the artillery do some firing now. Trying to kite the last Kulas there. Good idea. Then you can... Yeah, then you have to retreat because the Falcons are just going to make it impossible to hold the line there. Shipping in about 5 Mamluks. Is that right? Yep, 5 Mamluks. Two Falcons. How many line infantry? Let me change that back. 21 line infantry. Alright. So, yeah, still a sizable mass. I think should be able to maybe make a move in this direction. Could sneak around the back as well. That could be a formidable option. You know, go around the tower houses. And maybe you want to take the tower houses out and take out some of that population space. Maybe. Mamluks are definitely going to be a more tanky assault option than those cuirassiers are. Yep, start firing away at that tower house right here. Comes in the Mamluks. Tower house is going down. Right there. Oh, he's going sailors. He's shipping sailors? Interesting option to deal with the artillery because sailors are naval skirmishers. So those can actually deal multipliers against arty. Yeah, not bad. About 16 range. Yeah. But I think with the Mamluks, though, it just becomes an impossible task, really. Definitely. Yep, but start making a move on that town, sir. Finish him off. Finish him. Fatality. Yeah, I mean at this point you look at like France at like double the score of like Romania at this point. It's quite eye-opening to see how good France is. Yep, and another case of the tier list actually proving itself to be true. Yeah. Yeah. I think for every one of these games tonight, the tier list has actually been consistent across the board. It's like, it's not like anybody can sue me for making a faulty tier list because it's actually holding true in like every match. France beating Romania, Ethiopia and Canada beating Romania, Germany beating Tupi, Japan beating Australia. It's like the tier list is doing exactly what it was supposed to do. Yeah. Perfect statistics. Yeah, and that's another GG well played. Yeah. So we got here. Now we're going to go on to the next one, game number 5. Juego 5. There we go. So what's the game going to be called now exactly? Let me see. Tower Defense Weekle. Swedish Tower Defense. I thought I thought there was only a balloons tower defense. What about Sweden tower defense? What is this? Who fired the monkeys and replaced them with a bunch of IKEA employees? I don't know, but it should be interesting. Let's see it though. Where is it? This one? Yep. Ooh, we're on the cool map. I like this map. This map's fun. It's called Wadmallow or something, right? Like it looks like a fish's fin. I like this map. It's really cool. It's like literally the end of a fish's tail when you look at it. Yeah. So where this is, it's going to be Rommel up here with Sweden playing tower defense against Haiti. Oh, okay. So instead of dart monkeys, we got Swedish meatball throwing IKEA workers, and instead of balloons, we got something else that starts with the blacks. Yeah. Okay, should be fun. Yeah, I do see this being a problem though for Haiti because the Haitian roster, for all it's worth, does have a lot of shock units it depends on, like the Mushatero, this England, and the Escolta mainly, but maybe also the Unit and some of the immigrant units. But yeah, I mean, if you can get a good tower defense against Haiti, you kind of force them onto pickets, the nice picket pikemen, and you just use the Swedish infantry to clean that up. So I mean, yeah, I know this map in particular, the fish fin one. It's great for turtling. You just put towers like right here, right here, right here, right here, right there. You can put a fourth like right there. It's so easy to turtle up on this map. I can totally see Rommel like towering this up crazily here. Yeah, I mean, even if he gets rushed really hard, he can fall back on like the towers so easily on this map. Yeah. Yeah, XDLOL. Yep, definitely. So we'll see, though. I mean, maybe the Haiti can break through with pickets. We'll see. And there's another option, too, for Haiti. If they get to age 3, is the Polish immigrants. They got a technology that can give them about 3 or 4 nitro petards, which they can use to, like, snipe a town center even. So, I mean, that is absolutely an option, too. And I imagine those nitro petards alone could individually get about 3 or 4 towers down for you, or basically down. So, yeah. Yeah, essentially he's going to have to get creative to deal with this if that's exactly what this game's going to be like. I mean, let's look at the deck. What are we looking at? The Infinite 5 England card, I like that one. You got 7 Mushatero, can't complain there. You got 7 Juanitas Muy Bonitas Vivenderas, enough crates. Rum industry, not distillery industry, rum industry. Didn't we call it distillery on the tier list stream, or am I hallucinating? Yeah, it's rum industry. Rum distillery is a gathering card. Rum industry gives you 2 coin works. Yeah. But thankfully now, essentially they set it up that these coin works, it synergizes with the German immigrants, so now you can get a total of 5 coin works between the German immigrants and the rum industry card. So, yeah, essentially Haiti has more coin to work with all around now to spam and stuff. It's great. You got the 12 Jamaican Black Shots mercenaries. I don't know about these guys. Last I checked, they weren't that phenomenal at what they did, so I don't know if you're going to find much use. The Maroons are pretty good. What else we got? Some basic gather. You do have your spiritual reclamation, your Lacao. That's great. 16 conscriptos and 10 civites, and age that. Mystical prestige. Priests improve gather rate nearby civites, your villagers. Alright. Not complaining about that at all. I just think you could use some more upgrade cards, you know. But Candle Plot in Age 4 is pretty busted. You could have gone with Boyer Ordnance. You could have had some of those hand infantry upgrades, maybe. But, you know, depending on what you're doing, it's not as big of a deal, especially if you're going for more of the Vivandera and Escopetera route. Yeah. We'll see, though. What about Sweden, though? Well, Sweden's obviously doing land manpower. I can tell right away from, like, the conga line of architects. Like, who gets Great Code and Blunderbuss this early in the game unless you're going through the Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition tutorial? Like, never, right? Like, that's obviously land manpower, because essentially this card sets it up so every one of those techs you get gives you a free villager. Yeah. So where's the tower defense come in? Is Rommel Lily going to set up a tower defense with Norland logging? You probably can, since it gives you such a good wood economy. You know, normally you can only have like one sawmill with Sweden, but once you send that card, you can have two of them. And they're actually affordable. You know, you don't have to shell out like 350 wood to get a sawmill. You can get like 210 or 211, which is a lot cheaper. It's like slightly more expensive than the barracks to get one. It's definitely cheaper than a bank. Banks would cost by a long shot. So, yeah. And then what the sawmills do to get your wood eco up is they trickle you wood, and they leave behind little wood crates of 100 cords of wood that your villagers can pick up. And then at that point, you got so much wood coming in that you can definitely get those outpost spams going. You can put an outpost like here, 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 everywhere. Basically, everywhere an outpost. Yeah, exactly. Got Revolutionary Militia here. So it looks like Haiti went for the super revolt-like age up, I guess, to get some early military. Haiti is the only civ in Wars of Liberty at the moment that can perform revolutions. Yeah, it's a little bit strange, but I think in the future they might add revolutions back in a different form. Just not yet. No. Right now you can only access them as Haiti, unfortunately. We'll see where these revolutionary militias going to go. Notice how they have like green coats instead of the normal brown ones in Definitive Edition. Training conscripto. Okay. Basically Latin American muskets. Whereas Sweden going for their sawmills with Norland logging, good choice. This will set up a really good turtle defense with all the wood they'll get for towers. Wonder how many towers Rommel's going to get down. Is he going to go for the full build limit at 7 and then start adding TCs? Or he has a fort as well. He can add a fort to this. Yeah. So Rommel's not playing around with his tower defense. He could go all the way if he wants to. It's up to him, you know. Yeah. Looks like Rommel might actually be going for Age 3 and getting a fort. Yeah, because here comes the 700 coin right now. 700 coin can go into an age up, and then with that age up, you'll be able to get the fort wagon. And I think by the time you reach Age 3, you should have enough XP to get that shipment. At least I think you do. Oh, he canceled it out to get some volunteers, is that right? Alright, yeah, he wants to play it safe, I guess. It's just like a big motley crew of heavy infantry down here, and he just wants to make sure, hey, I got at least a little bit of skirmish to hold him off and use the outpost to sort of like challenge the area. Yeah. Gets a secondary outpost right on top of this tin mine, too. So he's really playing this turtle-like, which, you know, good for you. That's exactly what this map is great at. I mean, I think you're going to have a pretty easy time setting this up then. Yeah, exactly. Yep, looks like the volunteers are volunteering themselves to the front lines. Oh, but here comes the Zinglins. The Zinglins are your scout units, so these are basically hand cavalry. And they're going to shred through the skirmishers, and then they're really going to shred through the villagers. Look at those multipliers here. About 2x against villagers. Oh, look at what they do as settlers. Like, Settlers suffer like 36 hand damage to them without upgrades, mind you. Without upgrades, these Englands do 36 hand damage to them without upgrades. Truly a horrific raiding unit. It's only like one pop, so you can have like two of them doing like 72 damage. Yeah, that's what you're looking at with those Englands. Quite a powerful raiding unit, really. They're going to retreat that way, I think so. Couple of Minutemen and Grenadiers. More conscriptos down there. Oh yeah, I didn't realize that because Warlow Nick went with the revolt-based stage up. He essentially managed to upgrade his conscriptos to the veteran upgrade for free and age early. So these conscriptos are looking a little bit sharper than they normally are here, which is great. Means you can do a bit more age 2 pressure than you normally can. Especially considering how weak shock units will be with this tower defense type turtling from Rommel. It's good to have muskets to do with it for you. Yeah. Beverlingers. Alright, now we see the H3 from Rommel and probably the Ford as well. I mean, I don't think he's going to ship anything else. Unless he goes for the bank, the Riksbank shipment to get a bank in. It's the only thing I could think of. They could do other than Ford. Here comes some Beverlingers. And some IKEA furniture. Yeah, like, where's the IKEA furniture? Is there any furniture here, like, from IKEA, like a chair in the sawmill or something? I don't see any chairs anywhere. Like, where's the... I see barrels. Did the IKEA make the barrels? Maybe. Well, this is where they get their wood from. Here. Now he's aging up. Now he is. Alright. So where's he going with? The merchant captain. I think that is a naval politician, I believe. Whereas Haiti is training an artisanal cannon and shipping some maroon archers. So I think this is where things go wrong for Nick. Rommel's gonna get a fort, and then all these like dry units, except for the conscriptos, of course, are gonna start getting pounded by the range attacks and be unable to do much. It's gonna basically be really crippled here. Essentially, yeah. We'll see though. I mean, we see some sort of gathering here of Zinglins and the conscriptos. Any vills that the Zinglins could reach? Well, now you got 2 towers here, so it's not going to be the most ideal situation to attack, but I guess at this point you really don't have a choice. Sweden always has like the better advantage having a bank and 2 sawmills over you usually, until Haiti of course gets 5 coinworks. Then they sort of get a better advantage, so you know, you kind of have to play it carefully there, really. Looks like the conscriptos are blasting them. Yep. Yep. Trying to fight the Swedish army without the outpost right on top of them. But Rommel's smart enough to try to move at an angle like that and force him to deal with the towers. It's like the best way to really give him a lot of trouble there. Has 1 artisanal cannon blasting at the tower. What's the health on this tower? Is it like this one's gonna get downed. Villagers are gonna get wiped out there. Artisanal cannon is helping against the infantry a bit. Zinglin's still taking stabs at him with his little sword. There we go, got the last Zinglin. Now that Rommel is an H3, he can make skirmishers to deal with most of this infantry pretty effectively. Yep, that's not the way you use artisanal cans. You gotta keep them protected, especially from hussar shipments like that. He is making a good job at trying to siege some stuff over there, like a house. But the thing is because you got so much wood in Sweden with the sawmills, what they're popping out with the crates, you really doesn't matter if you take out a house against Sweden. They're always going to be able to build the house and then some, you know. For all the burned down houses you do against Sweden, there's always an IKEA furniture store where build yourself furniture ready to go to get your next dream home set up, so to speak, against Haiti. Skirmishers performing quite well against the heavy infantry there, it looks like. Grabbing some wood. So where does he run right now? So now he's just shipping his beefier hussar shipments, it looks like. He has Cav Combat. He has the Miss Varja card here. This is a really good card. He has the Shock Tactics, right? So a good portion of his necessary Swedish upgrades, which is great. Then, of course, the fort as well. Husales? Still queuing in skirms, it looks like. Now, what is Haiti on in terms of resources? I'm trying to see here. Are they really just going to try to fight this out in H2, or are they eventually going to go like H3 or whatever? Because, you know, if you're Haiti, you know, you could take advantage of the turtling on this map and just go industrial age and get, you know, you could get the mortars, the Juanito mortars, the Pedreros from the home city from the Infinite 3 Pedrero shipment. Which, unfortunately, this Juanito does not have in his deck, I think, right? No, he does not. But that's a card that I like, so you can basically start showing these towers out with the mortars like you should. And then start hitting the more softer targets like the TCs next. Yeah. And then at that point, they don't have anywhere to go, and then they have to think about resignation then. Guess Nick is going to see if he can get the same done with the artisanal cans, which, you know, it's not going to be as effective, obviously. Now going to move onto that tower there. Yep. Ah, look at the skirms forced back into the base. A third town center with that villager. Quite impactful. Ooh, leaving it exposed, and never do that. Absolutely never do that. You pay the price when you do that. I mean, probably can fight him off with some of the cans. Loses 2 of them, though. I mean, that's gotta be a bit of a loss. What's the age up going to be? The first Arab wave. So, Arab immigrants with Gallegos. Probably a good choice. I mean, you could have gone with the German immigrants and gone the Krupp steel cans to help siege. definitely be performing better than those artisanals. The artisanals should be focused on infantry. Use the Krupp steel cannons and their anti-building stuff to basically do a lot of damage against the buildings. Yeah, basically. So some more line infantry here, some conscriptos, I should say. Juanitos conscriptos. But I was wondering if anybody grabbed those cows and have a swig of water while we see what happens next. Where's Rommel in terms of res too? This is going to be really essential here. So Rommel, plenty of food, plenty of Swedish meatballs to go around. Plenty of coin coming on the way from all the IKEA self-assembling furniture he's going to sell. And Husaris with the infantry, I guess. You know, if Sweden gets good Hussars, they get a Royal Guard, the Crown of Prince's Hussars, so that's definitely a good pick for them, I think. Or is it Krona Prince's Hussar? Krona Prince's or Krona Prince's Hussar? Looks like Augusto is here today. Hello, how to play online? Augusto, you play Wars of Liberty by either getting Radman VPN, Game Ranger, or Hamachi. The preferred method is Radman VPN because that's what most of the Wars of Liberty community uses. If for some reason Radman VPN is not an option for you, Game Ranger would be the next best option. But I will say if you go the Game Ranger route, you're going to want to do most of your communications in the Wars of Liberty Discord server to find players that will play on that platform. Because, you know, Radman VPN compared to Game Ranger is a much better platform. A way better platform. The one thing the Radman VPN does that Game Ranger does not do is if you lose internet access for a minute, Radman VPN will reconnect to your multiplayer game, so you don't have to redo it again. Game Ranger, if you get disconnected to Wi-Fi at all or your wired connection, the game just ends there. It just kicks you out. But if you're on Radman, it won't. It'll try to reconnect you, and then eventually it'll kick you if you don't within the time frame of unresponsive player. Yeah, basically. So if you want to preserve your games better, do the Radman and not the Game Ranger. And I find in general Radman has a less of a history of out of sync issues than Game Ranger does, because Game Ranger used to have a lot of disconnections and used to have a lot of out of syncs. Radman mostly fixed most of those in general. Yeah. And it's a good way for grouping up all the Juanitos Boleros as well into one group. So we know how to collab with each other and set up lobbies and everything every day. Yeah. We see that Rommel fort showing up finally. But it's off to the side here. I thought for sure it might actually go over here. Potentially. But, you know, at least it makes it harder for Haiti to basically curve around on you now. That's what I think. Yeah. And Nick made a comment as well down here that we could read. I also shouldn't have stayed in H2. Haiti has pretty mediocre siege without pickets. Yeah, but mortars, I mean, the Pedreros are still going to do okay. I mean, if you got enough Pedreros, you could still siege buildings in H4. And get their, guard upgrade and still do somewhat okay. But, yeah. Definitely, that's why I brought up the pickets, because the pickets are literally a picket fence of siege. Literal picket fencing, man. They, not only a wall against cavalry, but they siege really good, too. And they can siege stealth as well as, an added perk, you know. Like, if you're playing the 2P and you got your units on stealth, pickets will find it. or anybody using like espionage with the spies at the safe house. That's another thing you can rely on, basically. Doing a bit of fishing as well. He's truly playing a game of tower defense here, not even leaving the base, just, starting to add fish at the top side of the water there. Yep, we can see that fishing boat right here. Getting the veteran upgrade on the Bevelangar side. The short wheel Bevelangar. So you got Volantes, you got some Artisals, and then you got some of the Krupp steel cans. Okay, that's good. So what happened? Did he end up... Oh, he ended up changing his mind, going with the German immigrants. Okay, that's good. It's good that you did that. Because German immigrants, I think, are going to be a much better fit for this stage of the game. Because these Krupp steel cans are just really great for shelling buildings as much as artillery. What you're going to need to do here with all this wood buildings and stuff all over the place. We'll see, though. It's got some vivenderas. Well, there's the Volantes, Artisanals, and Krupp steel cans at work. Picking up eco theory on the Rommel side. Nick, though, is mostly just trying to shell his way through the front of the base there, using an army of conscriptos and Juanitas muy bonitas to basically push the line there. Yeah, well, the Volantes are barely doing anything to siege, but the Krupp steel cans, though, quite a different story. I mean, look at this damage. It's like 65 times 7 against buildings. That's pretty big, whereas these Virgin Volantes only doing 54 damage against a building. Trying to stall out as much time as you can to just get some of these structures down, which looks like it's doing a bit well, you know what I mean? You'd really want to get out that frontal outpost and then get the fort down, really. That's what I think you'd want to do here, probably. Yeah. Start blasting away at all those buildings. Ooh, las Juanitas muy bonitas went too forward and they're gonna get knocked out. Muchos Husales. Yeah, that's a perfect counter to that force there, I think. Yeah. Just slice through all them and should be good. There's the fort. Take out that can next. Yep. Here comes the picket fence, the pickets, the other way to siege, the pickets. The picket fence. And 12 black shots. What did those have for stats now? Let me see, actually. So the black shots are sort of like what they were before. They're basically a anti-assault unit with a range attack against them. So is it maneuver, heavy, skirmish, what is it? So it's heavy. Alright, so it's only good against like Kulisez, Husatrupes in the case of Sweden, so you're really not going to want to use that unless you're seeing Husatrupes probably. Yeah, I mean, like, look at the hand attack. It doesn't even do anything against Cav. It's like a rifleman without the bayonet, basically. If Rommel used spies this game, it'd be really funny. There's a lot of choke points for landmine. Yeah, that's one. These are one of the situations where espionage is really good, and we do unfortunately don't see spies used a whole lot with the landmines. You know, it's one of those features that's always there, but nobody uses it. You know, like landmines are such a powerful tool. I think only some people like Hishay actually use the landmines properly, and when they are used properly, man. You could lose all your units. You know, the landmines can kill cannons, cavalry, infantry, doesn't matter, mercenaries. Anything that goes over that landmine is going to get completely blown up like it's a IMV in the middle of the road in, like, you know, the Iraq War. Well, those things, like, destroy everything. And another interesting thing, like, when are we going to see somebody use the landmines against, like, World War I units, you know? It would be really, interesting to see the landmines be used to snipe armored cars and tanks in Great War Age, because that's something we definitely don't see a lot. I think Hishay might do it to me in a 1v1. I'm guessing, but we'll see. We'll see what happens to that potentially. Looks like Haiti is running out of a bit of food there, so I don't know what they're going to do to keep this offensive going, honestly. Whereas Sweden, I think Sweden's got enough Swedish meatballs, right? Yeah, well, they're going for frontier outposts at this point, just to get these towers up to their first upgrade. I'm even more hard to knock down, I would say. One thing Rommel is not doing, which I'm pretty shocked by, is not getting the renovations technologies from the sawmills either. Because Sweden gets these big bun tech from the sawmills, I believe, that called renovations that will essentially slightly upgrade all your buildings' HP, basically, to make them a bit tankier. I'm surprised he's not even teching into those, really. And more villages over there with the tower here. Just looking at all the positioning along the line there. Getting the gill nets to improve the fishing. I think all Sweden really needs to do here is play the long game for the most part. Yeah, that's all they really need to do. Like, yeah, get Falks, get upgrades on your Hussars, just play out the long game, and you should be able to do it, you know? Yeah, just watch out for, like, the Volantes, the Krupp steel cans, though, sniping your Falks, because that would be pretty sad, so you're going to want to make sure that doesn't happen at all, really. Whereas Haiti gets some more Juanitas muy bonitas to join their conscriptos. Oh, exploding carts. Ah, these units are pretty cool, yeah. I like these guys. These guys are pretty tough, actually. Look at the amount of siege damage they do. One more and the fort's going down. You almost got it too, but the fort, being a demigod, was able to take out one of the carts. But now the fort is so battered that I think it can actually take it. Put the pickets in like the front, or use the volantes to start blasting the fort. Yeah, use the cannons. You know, the cannons will be good. That, and then the Krupp steel ones will be even better. Ah, wow, that's quite a substantial siege. Fort's going down, though. There you go. Fort's down. Looks like the anti-artillery is pushing a little bit, but here comes the husares, who will go directly after the cannons there, because they're the ones doing most of the siege. As long as you keep those Krupp steel cans working on the buildings, I think you'll be good there. Yeah. Oh, getting the outpost in the back even. Wow, that's pretty impactful. After the town center now, going for the real prize. Does he have anything down here to protect? Because he better reinforce that stuff. Don't build like any units here. Well, looks like... Can any of these cans be preserved? Nah, looks like maybe... Yep, one's alive. One is alive. It's alive! Yeah, okay. Well, now if we can keep the siege going then. Big time. Get that TC down. Oh, sadly the last can's down, but it was barricaded up for the infantry to do the siege. Here's the thing though, this is something I'm going to let you know about. Just because you get the primary towns that are down on this map does not mean they're out of the game. What'll happen is if you're not careful, they'll reboom over here with these other town centers, and then they'll just kick you right out. It happened in that game when I was Paraguay and the enemy was Italy, remember? I got this far, but I couldn't get over here and it was game over because they were like using really good unit tactics. I was like poor old Paraguay going up against Italian kilosses and stuff, yeah. Getting the Great Warrior to the 1v1 is already a big ask. Not if you go as the Portuguese. If you play as the Portuguese in a 1v1, Great Warriors is actually a real easy thing to do. Depending on the player skill, of course, right? Like, if it's me against Chorizo Zarate, I'll get to Great Warriors with Portugal easily. Because he'll try some sort of Juanito... rush with the Ordenanzas, and they'll just fail. Then I'll be able to do whatever I need to, yeah. Oh, adding in Fenrix from the tavern. How historically accurate. Yeah, historically accurate mercenaries, folks. So he is going for the full revolt here with the Maxim gun. Look at that. How much res has he got? Yeah, he's out of everything except for the coin. It's going to keep coming in. I don't think he can really do anything here, especially since Sweden has like a fishing economy right now. That's like a big tall ask. Talk about a tall ask. That's a tall big ask right there. Yeah, basically. Well, GG, well played on that one, I think. Safe to say, I think I know the winner. Or maybe not, maybe not. Maybe these ironclads can do something. We'll see. Because these are siege ships, you know. These things can actually, do some hardcore siege damage here. Might potentially be able to win it with the ironclads. We'll see, though. I'd get more ironclads if I could. Can you get another build up? You can only have 2 of them, sadly. I was going to say, if you get like 4 ironclads in this water and just start like... This is the kind of map where the land is not as deep enough that you can actually use the ironclads to just shell them out. And keep your army here to protect them. Like, really. Like... But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even go in with my army just yet. I would just get the ironclads to just siege them out from the water and then go for the kill that way. At least that's what I would do. And I would get more revolutionary militia to deal with the hussars there myself. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he's handling it fine. Handling it okay. And does he have a foundry at all that he could make, like trade for artisanals or something a bit? Yeah, I mean, these conscriptos should already be Imperial upgrade. Maybe you could trade some of the coin to get some Imperial conscriptos as well. And then archers. I can't tell who's winning right now. Like, oh, he's gonna do allotments. He's gonna. Oh, he's doing that Rasa Trupe allotments. Yeah, that might be a problem. Might be a problemo. That's why I said more revolutionary militia, man. That would deal with that. You know? You'd actually be able to beat them with a large contingent of revolutionary militia and kiting. But yeah, but maybe it would have been bad against the skirms. Who knows? Alright. Good try, though. Good try. Good try. Maybe if you had like some Imperial conscriptos mixed in, maybe you could have been able to do it. Yeah. Well, good match either way. I mean, go on to the next one now. Yeah, isn't that what all revolutions are? Am I right, or at least a lot of them? Well, that's like the desperate type of revolution. The ideal revolution is kind of the finisher one, where your opponent is, it's a stalemate and you're not doing anything, so you figured, hey, let's try a revolt and finish them off. Yeah, that's definitely an interesting option usually. So, what is the option now? What is the record game, I should say? It will be Fox Division versus Confederation Chola. So the Germans versus the Varingos. Team Varingos. Yeah, so let's see how that one turns out. Where is it? There it is. Alright, perfect. Still hold on to all my recordings, by the way. Still got them all. Yep. Gotta collect them all, right? Yeah, basically. Yeah. So what do we got here? We got Rommel and Yep, we got Rommel and Masson teamed up again against Varingo and Eternity. So the Wombo combo from the Andes against some Romanian dude in Colombia, a Venezuelan Juanito. Yeah, so should be fun. Should be fun. We're on Arkansas again. Saw this map a bit earlier. It's great. I mean, I think in this matchup, I don't know. So Germany, Russia against Bolivia and Peru. So we got a C tier and a. Let me look at the tier list while this is running. I want to just like look at what we did. I want to like place this properly. So let me find the Discord conf I did with Cappy, where I have the tier list. So where do we put we put the Peru like last place in C tier, but Bolivia's like a middle A tier civ, whereas Germany's a upper S tier civ, and okay, interesting. Russia's like middle to lower B tier civ. So technically, I think Team Germany's looking better here from a tier listing perspective, I guess. But it might not be that easy. We'll have to see, obviously, how it turns out. Could go many different ways, so we have to pay attention to this one pretty carefully. Yeah. So what are the decks looking like with Germany? Is it a Cappy style deck, or what does he run? We'll have to see. And Maston's deck. So Rommel is running Maycoffer's deck. So this is technically based off of Cappy's Schutzen deck, basically. So he does have like the necessary cards to fully upgrade his Maycoffer line infantry, but he does have the backup option of the Schutz mercenary with the Munich Oktoberfest card. Does have cavalry attack. Does have the skirmisher combat card as well. So, mostly skirmisher musketeer. Guess I'm saying. Does actually use heavy artillery combat to boost the steel guns. Okay, so maybe using the factories for that. Has this card Ruhr Poland to basically make sure he can get over the standard build limit of villagers for the German civ. The German civ, as I mentioned earlier, has a build limit of 84 villagers to account for the population they take for their Krupp factories. But with this card, it'll deliver you a total of, I believe, 12 peasants or something. So, yeah, essentially some extra villagers to go over that build limit if you're looking for more max eco, really. Yeah, basically. So, yeah, but I will say, though, if you're going to mass Krupp factories with this, just be aware that your armies are going to be a little bit more pequeño than normal. Just putting that out there as a warning to you. A beep, beep, beep warning, basically. Yeah. And how about Russia? Like, what's Russia decking into with all this? I mean, the Swarm Karty. Okay, you got a fort, you got 2 Falcons, you got Survivor Reforms. This is a pretty powerful card whenever it's run properly, that is. And then Cantonist, Cossacks, Training. Yeah, it's like a Russian rush deck, really. So, I mean, definitely nothing too different about that. What about Eternity? Eternity is running a War of the Republicatas deck with the War of the Republicatas card. It's good for any map that has trade sockets on it, because essentially every trading post you get now and later will give you 3 Republicata Macaeats, which are these good native warriors that are anti-cav at range, which is great. Looks like, though, he got Mother's Day, this hero upgrade card that gives you a shipment back, so you can get the second card, Mezdizahe, which is essentially your advanced trading post style card for the Juanito civs, only that it also improves your native warrior build limit as well. And then from there, what does Eternity get? What does the Juanita Boliviana get? Well, he gets more of the Republicatas right now, actually. Yeah. because he's already got about 2 of the teepees done. Is constructing a native embassy right now, and I'm assuming he's going out for the Cherokee sites up here next. That's like the next target, because now he'll be able to train Kearuna natives and then Cherokees if he gets that up there from this native embassy. Bolivia is essentially supposed to be the native warrior civ, so that's like kind of their driving force, but they also have good assault units. They also got some good mounted skirms, the flankatiradores, which is good. Basically like mounted crossbowmen in terms of stats. So here comes the Republicate the Macaets. One batch here and then the other one here. And any other units we got here, nothing just yet. He's gonna start queuing up Kearunas and start shipping in about 8 of them. So going for a bit of a pressure game against Russia. Russia. Yeah, I mean, let's see if he's paying attention to his... Well, he hasn't scouted this out yet, but he's going. He sees the blockhouse. He sees it. It's in his fog of war. He sees it. Is he gonna seize the day? He sees it, but is he gonna seize the day? Yes, he is. He's gonna get that one villager. Get the villager. Oh, yep, and now you can siege that down. Get the other villager. Oh, yep, this is... Oh, no. Oh, no. This is not looking good, man. Look at that blockhouse getting eliminated. Oh, no. It's already looking like a good start for Bolivia there. But maybe Rommel can save the day for him and even this out a bit. He is Germany, after all, and he does have that manor boom in his favor, so... Maybe he can arouse enough line infantry there to basically deal with that. And then another blockhouse down here. Let's see if he can siege this one down. What's the siege on the Cairo? So 17 and the Macaets 13. So not the most siege heavy units, but I think maybe can potentially take out a blockhouse. Is trying to slowly get the villagers away from the blockhouse there because he knows he's going to lose that one. Carunas will get this one, though. Keep sneaking the villagers away. But unfortunately, doesn't have enough units to like finish them off, though. Which is a bit sad. You are killing a bit of Russia's wood eco, though, by burning through these blockhouses. You're also trapping them and getting rid of their map control, too, which is really important. The cool thing about Kearuna musketeers is that they are native warriors, so they don't cost any population space, and they have 14 range, so they can actually do a bit of kiting maneuver against standard line-ins, which is great. Yeah. So we got Cantonists and more Cantonists there. Yeah. So going in for another strike again. Looks like Vringo's providing some Pardos to the party. Pardo party. A Pardo party, yeah. PP. Pardo party. Yeah, PP. A couple of Macheteros from Bolivia. Yeah, I mean, we've seen during the stream on Saturday how much Vringo likes to spam Pardos with Brineros, and it's a pretty powerful wombo combo usually. So, whenever you can do that, it's going to be pretty powerful. Yeah, generally speaking. Take all that out. Yep. Here comes the Juanitos Mochateros. Ah. Yep. Looks like they're going to have to retreat for now. That's a lot. Cantonists from Russia, though. That's a pretty good wall of skirmishers you got there to hold off against all this heavy infantry and even some of the assault units. Here comes the Flankatiradores. These are the mounted crossbowmen that Bolivia can do. You know, it's a crossbowman style stat, so it's not 2x against heavy infantry. It's only about like 1.25. But it's a cheap unit that only costs food and wood. You know, a little bit more than normal volunteer because it is a mounted unit, has that speed aspect to them. But overall, you know, good for maneuverability and striking at different opponents, basically. Yeah. Has about the same range as a Cantonist for that matter, so. Oh, he's gonna timing attack you when you're doing the Treasure Guardians, though. That's kind of a little harmful there, isn't it? Yeah, it's a little obnoxious. I think Eternity at this point needs to practice army preservation and try to avoid any risky engagements. He could try to pick off some of the German line infantry. He just doesn't really... He's going to use the Musketeers to like meat shield a bit so he can take out some of that tempo that I was talking about, right, with Germany. Maybe if you can take out some of more of the line infantry, you're going to put Germany a bit more on the heel, perhaps. But yeah, basically. Because for them to basically win this, they have to like degrade Germany as much as possible in the matchup, you know what I mean? Like completely disintegrate their eco. Pardo's being used as raiding. Interesting option. Does actually land a kill there, which is pretty good. Can potentially get some more. Wait a second. No, there's no entranceway up there, so he's going to have to retreat. Rommel right on top of him with the line infantry, though. We'll see. Pros are going to retreat back that way. Are they going to go up here, or are they just going back to the base? We'll see what they do. Oh, Peru's doing some Musketeers of their own now, so adding their own bit of assault in there. Musketeers by themselves, not recommended. Yeah, I mean, I think he's kind of idling a bit here. Gets the villagers. Connects. Doesn't have enough time to take him out, though, but really bars them well. Doesn't lose any units, at least for now, until now, because he's... Yeah, if he just kept running, he would have been able to avoid any deaths there. But now you got Hussars snaring, and you got Cantonists pursuing, so I think these Musketeers are going to be cleaned up, from what it looks like. And this is how Germany can sort of multitask. They can have like Hussars helping the ally, but have their own line infantry doing their own push on the other side of the map, because they're able to afford the resources to field numbers like that, you know. It's just a really powerful bonus to the Germans to be able to get free villagers with their houses constructed. It's quite powerful. It's a very early eco jump. Ringo has a lot of comida. A lot of comida, but not a lot of anything else. Just enough to keep a queue of Musketeers going, I guess. What about Eternity? Where's he at? You gotta pay attention to that Eternity villager number, because once he starts booming out his vills, it's hard to stop that Bolivia once it gets going. Still doing Francatiradores with his gnats. I'm surprised the Explorer doesn't try to build up onto that Cherokee site right there. And ooh, looks like Ringo is taking care of it, though, with some raiding. Has to beat through the line infantry, though. The Pardos are actually beating the line infantry, which I'm like, wow, these are like muskets. They should be able to beat those spearmen, because they're just generally poor damage. But no, it looks like the Pardos are actually going to be pursuing some of the vills there, yeah. Bill kills, but no bill kills, but they do get some, maybe just try to take out a Hussar or two, perhaps, yeah. Watching this pretty carefully. What is the Peru deck, by the way? I didn't even get to check that out. So, a lot of early game eco. I mean, we got Furrier, we got Virgin Forest. I mean, it basically gives you an improved wood gather rate. Yeah, it's kind of weird seeing it named the Virgin Forest, and it helps with you gathering wood. Because especially if you're a virgin, you rarely even see your wood at all, right? Am I right? Yeah, basically. Yeah, a bit of a dirty one, but who cares? Yeah. What else? Bimetallism. I rarely ever use this unless I'm Central America, usually. And trying to improve the natural resource gather rate from the gold mines that they can make. Yeah. Oh, so we have some stuff here from Nicholas about the Bolivians. So, Carunas would be amazing if we could actually make them in the barracks. Not that they're not good units, regardless of that. Well, the idea is that you either make them at the native embassy or you use your Sarna's ability to produce them from your villagers. Yeah, so, yeah. Well, the problem is that if you, wait a second. Would it be possible? Yeah, you should be able to, actually. Like, I was thinking, there's enough UI space to actually put the Karunas at the barracks. But why would you need the native embassy then, and the whole thing of trying it early or whatever? So, I don't know. Because technically natives go with the native embassy, and everything it is in the native goes at the barracks, so... Whatever, I guess. Yeah. I mean, Bolivia has a lot of stuff going for them anyway, so it's not like they really need the help, per se. Not necessarily. Ooh, Verlingo's going for the Chinese wave, too. He's got the Irish wave here, and then he's going to add the Chinese wave next. So, Verlingo is mixing and matching some of his immigrants, it looks like. Now, the Chinese have an interesting option to siege, the coolies. They're basically a sapper that you can make as the Chinese immigrants that uses these bamboo, I don't know if they're bamboo, but they use these like shovels. And they're really good at just crushing buildings and walls and stuff. Quite good. Again, Costrumbisimo. This is basically like a covered wagon car that also improves your wagon's movement speed and construction rate. So if you're going to have like a lot of wagon-based cards in your deck, like your ultimate building, your forts, even like an infinite shipment. Now, I think this is a great card for like Bolivia because they can, get cards to make their mining camps. But I think the added effect other than the covered wagon part is a little bit questionable, Doesn't really have that much value later on there. An artist said, "I heart spec maps." We are on a spec map, aren't we? Or one that can be if it's OBS mode. Yeah. Bolivia adds in some Juanitas muy bonitas. Las vivenderas. The Juanitas muy bonitas are here. Juanitas muy bonitas are going to be needed in a bigger number, though, to deal with the line infantries and the cantones. I don't know. What's Senor Verlingo doing? Senor Verlingo is messing inspired mochiteros, and he's going to go for raids that he can't do, because yes, you can build walls on this water here, believe it or not. This is like one of the few things of water in the game that you can actually construct a wall on, believe it or not. I mean, unlike the swamp maps, like on Florida and stuff, you can't actually put water in buildings on that water, but here you actually can on this creek, which is a little bit strange. Yeah, it's almost like it doesn't register the water or something. Alright, again, completely surrounded by 2 players there. I think that's going to be a real hard problem for you. I mean, good luck saving your Juanitas muy bonitas right now. It's going to be really tricky, but here comes the Muchateros to save the day. Or maybe, they'll try to. Yeah, you gotta get some swings in there. He's kiting you so hard, he's luring you in so deep. Oh, no. Not good. Not good at all. Infinite ship and Adazes, with your Bolivian Grenadiers and Shadow Tech with the J-Jump. Huh. Goes for immigrants, Italian immigrants instead. I don't know about going with the Legion Agricola. I don't see any assault units on the field. The main issue is just like heavy infantry and skirmish. You definitely don't want to go with maneuver against that. It's just a bad idea. We'll see though. Here comes the Legion Agricola. Huh. Putting a field hospital on the front to heal the units and essentially boost up the Russian infantry. Russia's the only civ where their explorer can build field hospitals for you, essentially. How much is the HP boost? Oh, it's like gives them like 10 plus like 10 HP if you're a Cantus. That's pretty good. Yeah. Ugh. Here comes the Ford. Ford Novo Arkhangelsk. Yeah, I just don't know what they're going to do at this point. It, like, Juanitas muy bonitas and moscheteros. Some Cherokees. Well, they got moving together then. They're going to have to do this very carefully. Here comes the moscheteros, but here comes the Rommel infantry. I think the only upset to the... Wait a second. Let me look at the tier list again. Oh, no, never mind. I'll look at it afterwards. Let's see this fight here. Alright, so Meshateros are trying to slice into the infantry, but just not enough of them. Oh, the mine. Look at the mine ruining the pathing, but now they go right for the artillery, though, too. So the artillery is gone, but Rommel's artillery is still active. For now. Goes into melee with the Karunas against the Falk. Look at that. Look at that bold move. Ooh, enough to... Oh, took it out. That was a tricky move there. Great. Stalled them a little bit more time. Yeah. Alright, so it looks like the tier list is correct once again. Having an S tier civ in your thing will win you a game. That's right. That's right. Looks like it is. Looks like it's true. Yeah. S tier and a B tier versus a C tier and a A tier. Yeah. Can't believe how accurate this tier list turned out to be. Yeah. Pick up the immigrant bill and yep. Okay. Well, the Juanitas Bonitas in Colorado seem to be holding the fort. Alright. Alright. Okay. Sure thing, alright. Okay. So what now, though? What's the next step? Oh, let's look at the resources. I might... Okay, so Varingo resigns? Why does Varingo resign? He has resources. Varingo? What are you doing, Varingo? Varingo had to meet up with the Juanita Muy Bonita, probably. He had to say hi to Juanita Muy Bonita. That's why he resigned. He left eternity out in the cold. And said, you know what? You keep doing that, and I'll say hi to Juanita Muy Bonita. That's what Varingo did, basically. Alright, let's go into the next one now. I'm almost sure it's a design choice for them to not be in the barracks. Otherwise, their roster would be way too strong right off the bat. Yeah, it's a design choice because Bolivia's a native warrior civ. They're supposed to be used in the native embassy just as much as the barracks. You know, they're kind of pushed into that direction, I think. Separating the natives from the normal units. That's sort of the way their structure is usually supposed to work, yeah. Yeah, basically. So now, what match are we on now? Let me make sure we find the right one. Let me see. This channel down here. Alright. So it is some Cappy games now. Happy Cappy games. We got Happy Cappy games. So it's going to be a 2 versus 2. Brazil and Germany versus Australia, USA. Defending Brazil versus the Anglos. Interesting. Sounds like a World War II style battle in a way. Yeah. So let me see that. D is for defending. Alright, so what map we on anyways? So we are on the Baja California map, is that right? Now this is an interesting map to pay attention to because both sides get their own water that they can fish on. The trade route is pretty intricate, you know, it starts on one team's side and then it goes through the pass, like the mountain pass, and then it sort of shoots off in that direction. So, yep, and then you got some natives here, you got some Navajos on this map as well. So yeah, it's a pretty cool map all around, you know. So we'll get started with it. So what would be like the tier list ranking for this one? So if we look at the tier listing that I did, if we go back to the, so Brazil is a D tier civ, and Germany is of course an S tier civ, right? It's like the best tier possible, essentially. But for the other ones, right, we're dealing with a USA and an Australia, correct? We got USA right here, and then we got the Aussies right over here, essentially. So what does that mean? So we got two C tier civs versus a D tier and an S tier. I think the team with the S tier one wins, I think. Yeah. I think so. Yeah. So I think the only game that we've seen where there was an upset to this tier list was the Sweden versus Haiti game. That's what I was trying to check before. I'm like, wait a second, was there a... Yeah, so Sweden has upset the balance and beat Haiti in that one. But overall, it's been the case where tier list rankings really does matter here. Like, if you have one person from a higher tier list, they seem to just beat the other team, regardless if it's Rommel or Cappy or not. So... very interesting, Sap, or Eternity. I mean, I think in this case, though, what it's going to come down to is basically Cappy going with his usual line infantry, and Jesucristo is most likely to do the FF into Cazadores Montados, the mounted skirmishers. That's going to be like the likely tactic, I'm assuming here, if I was to predict it exactly. Yeah, I think that's what we're looking at with this one. And then on the other side of the thing with Multigo and Kevin RK, I know Kevin RK likes to do Texas Rangers mainly, but also Louisiana Tigers and Sharpshooters. He loves the Confederacy, you know. He's like Colonel Sanders. He loves the Kentucky Fried Chicken units that USA does from Kentucky Fried Chicken. Yeah, Kentucky Fried Chicken units. And then let's see what Multico really did improvise on, build on. He's still using the improvised deck, folks. This isn't good. This isn't good, man. This isn't good. It's an emergency. Yeah, my bets are on Cappy. Cappy's definitely gonna win this one now because he doesn't even have a real deck. This is so bad, but maybe not. Maybe he can compensate for it a bit. You know, it doesn't always come down to decks. You know, if you know what you're doing, sometimes you can do better. Say, yeah, all right. Yeah, it should be fun either way, though. Yeah. I think, honestly, from the early game perspective... Well, wait a second. I'm thinking now. I think Brazil really messes up USA in a major way because Brazil's Cazador Montados, the mounted skirm, is a hard counter to Texas Rangers, right? Because it has like 50% pierce armor, so it's really good for tanking their shots. And then the Cazador Montado is more immune to the Louisiana Tigers because it's not an infantry skirmisher, it's a mounted skirmisher. So Louisiana Tigers do not deal bonus damage against them then. Is that right? And then again, that pierce armor just makes Louisiana Tigers kind of poop essentially, yeah. So I think this might be a case where Brazil, being the D tier Civ in a team game scenario, might actually hard counter USA super hard here, if done right. And I think certainly in the right numbers might even be able to deal with the Australia too. My threat obviously might be like fire sticks and mass. But again, they're not going to be well upgraded. You know, Multigo did not fix his deck here, so it's going to really be very dry statted fire sticks. Yeah, definitely. And that's all independent of what Germany is doing. I think Happy, as you know, is going to set up his tempo really nicely here. And he's going to have a huge wall of like line infantry followed by hussars and then skirmishers to basically help out Brazil as much as possible here. Because I've been seeing a lot of games, including ones I've been in, where we've seen Cappy go Germany and Jesucristo go with Brazil. And it's a cool show of stuff, you know, because Brazil is a horrible civ, but Germany's like one of the best civs. So it's like almost makes it sort of like a more even entity to deal with, you know? Yeah. I remember when I was playing with Kazan, I was with Kazan, I was playing Korea. We were able to annihilate the Germany-Brazil team-up because Korea is higher on the seed than Germany is. So that's why I was able to dethrone them, was because Korea has a higher seed than Germany does. Just because Korea can do archers against Germany, essentially. They got the Myung archers, which sort of messes up Germany's tempo. Because if Korea wants to, they can get like a bunch of archers in Germany's base and sort of surround them and, you know, put them on edge, you know, put them on edge, make them dance like a puppet essentially to keep their army alive. And then Korea has their own booming with the Grand Palace and everything, and if there is a war map, they can even do that as well with that octopus card, you know. It makes the fishing boats cheaper. So I mean, Korea has, you know, a way of essentially doing what Germany does, but just in a different way with, a bit of a better starting unit roster. I think towards the end of the game, maybe Germany has better stuff, but certainly towards the early of the game, I think Korea has the better army to deal with Germany. Pretty much, yeah. That's what I think, anyways. Whoa, what happened here? Bushranger raid? Savage. Savage. That's savage, man. Spontooners with Bushrangers. So he's doing the same sort of Bushranger start that we saw in the first Multico versus Cappy game here. Looks like. So it should be a fun setup to see if he can pull anything off here. How are we on time by? It's like 8:10. Alright, just looking for fun. Funsies. We'll definitely get through all the games tonight, I think, but just checking. This is one of the ways I usually mess up Jesus Cristo a lot is Brazil. I will pressure his houses and I'll pressure his mills. Because essentially, if I can take out a mill of Brazil, their economy is like horrifyingly bad. Because Brazil is the only Latin American state that does not get hunting dogs or their steel trap equivalent. Because essentially, instead of hunting cards or hunting techs, I should say, Brazil gets mill upgrades from the market. They get like the plow and the sickle, like the farming sickle, essentially. So yeah, basically Brazil gives up like a decent early game hunting eco to essentially turtle on the mills, or what they're called for the Juanitos, it's the haciendas. Yeah. And yeah, basically if you can take out one of those haciendas, Brazil is looking at GG right away, and that's why you see Australia here trying to poke it and prod them really well here. But you got a really formidable ally, Germany, here with their line infantry. They're going to keep trying to, keep them in check and stop them from going all in with their plans, And that being said, Cappy is trickling in a pretty good amount of tempo here with his stuff to keep the pressure on his buildings, yeah. Pretty good siege, honestly, Pretty good pressure all around, I would say. Yep, getting the Mercado down. Here comes some militia from the USA. Or is that from Australia? That's his militia. Alright, so where is USA doing? What is even USA even doing here? Is he going like H3? He's getting frame saw, so he's getting like his log flume technology. Very interesting. Very interesting. So he's getting extra wood chopping. Again, the stagecoach, so he's playing a bit greedy here. Letting Australia do most of the fighting. Is that right? Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's going to come down in the late game to a lot of what USA can do, because the Australia players clearly self-nerfed himself with that deck severely. He's not going to have the necessary tempo from his units, essentially. But I think the one upgrade card he did add was the Rebellious Combat, right? So potentially, if he went Rum Core as like his H3, maybe he can be a sufficient ally, I guess, with the Colonial faction, I suppose. But definitely not the Aboriginal faction. The Aboriginal faction is like a lost cause for him. He's going to have to like stick to like the Colonial faction, I think, to make this work. Here comes the Cappy Hussars, though. This is the stage where Cappy can get stable out and start training Hussars. Fortunately, without an ally there, it's very possible that base might get completely ransacked. The Hussars wiping out the Bush Rangers, and then the line infantry doing the siege work there. It's not good. Here comes some Spontooners Spearmen. Some spearmen there. There's the hussars there. Yep. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a good Germany push there from Cappy. Cappy Rush. So, what do you do now? Like, shipping 700 food? 700 Vegemite sandwiches? From the land down under, I guess? And what's USA? Is USA going up? Yep, they're aging up with Benjamin Palmer, right? One of the Confederate politicians. Gives you an extra bill limit to your church. Yeah, that's usually a good pick because, churches, of course, trickle XP and then you can get more shipments. And yeah, it just generally helps you out. Having infinite shipments like the Frontier Defense is actually pretty solid since, if you go with Benjamin Palmer and then you go with Albert Pike in Age 4, who's Freemasonry, you can get even more churches. I believe you can either get more churches or you can get more trickle from the churches you already have. So, that's a pretty good wombo combo with stuff to do, really. With the whole religion aspect of things. Barely even 8 bush rangers here. It's not even... Well, he's going to finish them off now, but yeah. Just like one last line infantry down there, yeah. You'll say shipping some militia. They kind of have to be careful at this point because they don't know... this was a good wall, by the way. This is actually going to help protect them on that side. They should maybe patch this one up as well, just so they can focus on this choke point here. And I would say to Australia, why don't you patch yours up as well? But that's not going to be possible since the army's active there right now. Yeah. Oliva says, I suppose this match could be won with the fast rush, but I'm almost sure both Brazil and Germany can outboom the other team easily if it goes for too long. Yeah, I think that's the elephant in the room is that Brazil at the base D-tier civ, like in 1v1. But if it's a 2 versus 2 where the what's a good way to describe this? The necessity of self-defense in 1v1 is negated in a team game. Brazil becomes a much better civ because if you give Brazil like 20, 30 minutes to 20, even more time, the more time you give them, Brazil goes from, vulnerable civ that's, hiding in the corner to becoming a real ferocious line with the eco score that lasts them the whole game, And once they get to like Industrial Imperial Age, the Brazil roster is pretty good. It's pretty well rounded, They actually get 3 Royal Guard units instead of just 2. They get Royal Guard Escoltas, they get Royal Guard Pardos, Royal Guard Conscriptos, they got the Mounted Skirms, they got Coyote Runners that can go into Stealthy, they got Lanceros, Dionettes. They can upgrade their Voluntarios, but it's more or less a poop unit, really, and shouldn't be considered serious. Macheteros, unfortunately, don't get upgraded to Guard and Imperial, so that's kind of an upsetting show of events. But yeah, basically. Yeah. Alright, so USA is going to be doing some Whitworths with some Texas Rangers. But here's the thing. This is around the time in the match that I believe Cappy is going to be going to H3. Is that right? Yep. With the same player to get another covered wagon, since it's the same thing as the Bishop in Definitive Edition. And he's going to start switching over to Skirms now. So, yeah, keep making those Texas Rangers. Yeah! But, the Skirms just going to eliminate him. Yeah. And you're going to have a Brazil, once they get to H3, they're going to be doing mounted Skirms. So, Skirms that can actually chase down your Texas Rangers. So do you really want to go down that route? I wouldn't want to do it. If I was USA, not for nothing, I would be going to H4 again like the sharpshooters at this point. And again, like a wall of like spears or riflemen to protect them. Because the sharpshooters, with their high damage, might be able to puncture Germany's skirms. Now, the Montados would still be a problem because they have 50% pierce armor. But, yeah, I mean, at least it's going to be a little bit more even across the board there. Yeah, basically. Yeah, well, let's see here. We got Fire Sticks, so he is going the Aboriginal route again. I probably wouldn't. I'd probably go more the... I go with the Rum Corpsmen. You know, the Rum Corpsmen have ranged multipliers against Scout, you know. So that would be a great way to do a Cappies Hussars, so USA could pump out sharpshooters to deal with the line infantry. That's a good combo. Fire Sticks, though effective... You need some good cards for that, and since you didn't pack the right deck for that sort of thing, I mean, you're looking at Houston, we have a problem type situation with that. Yeah, it's just not going to be great, you know, it's not going to be efficient at what you're trying to do, really. Definitely not. But we'll see, though, we'll see. If I mean, he is going with the Fire Sticks. He is going to try to take out some of these mills, take out some of these haciendas. Take out a hacienda right here. This one. Start taking out these haciendas. If you can do that, I think you might have something to do here. But if you keep well, he's taking out vills, fair enough. But after you get the vills, go after like a hacienda. Take out. He's gonna go after the TC, isn't he? Yeah. Well, you just don't have the means to get the TC. So take vills out if you don't want to go after the farms, I guess. Well, he's not aiming the attack right though. All right, well, he's kind of still chopping, so I guess he's gaining a bit. All right, well, now you got some Texas Rangers here ready to go on the line infantry, and not going to do much against the Hussars though, because Hussars are scout. Your multipliers against salt, so good luck with that. Yeah, basically. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, so yeah, get that Italian colony down, I guess. Start with that one. Sorry's up there. Oh, a hacienda does go down. Ooh, very good. Muy bueno. It's going to be a good one, actually. Yeah. Then start blasting in that TC. Yep. Okay. Got the Spontours there. Nice. Alright. Fire Sticks, alright, they're doing okay. But here's the thing, if you had the combat cards for them, they'd be doing even better right now. They'd perhaps would still be alive and be pushing a bit more, but, you know, you don't have Mary, you don't have warrior combat, so, I mean, it's just not going to be the best option. No. Like, Hussars would be negated if you had Rum Corps, I think. That'd be like a non-thing they couldn't do. Yeah, the only thing you'd have to worry about, of course, is skirms. But, yeah, that's why I'd say if you do a Louisiana Tiger, do a sharpshooter, deal with that as the USA. Sort of set up that combat there, really. Hola, bonito. Extremadamente bonito. Oh, it's Señor Vilingo, bonito here. La bonita pluana. Yep, we just saw your juego before. Why'd you leave the game? Why'd you leave Eternity alone? You had more resources in them. Did you have to say hi to a Juanita muy bonita de peruana? Well, oh, yeah. Do we have any more Viringo games tonight? We'll have to see. We'll have to see in the ones that came in today in particular. There's a more Juanita Peruana games with Senor Viringo. Yeah. Texas Ranger and Firestick. I don't like this because it gets beaten by Skirm Dragoon pretty easily. Yep. Use the Skirms to take these and use the Dragoons to take these out. It's kind of an easy choice, I think. Especially since Texas Rangers don't even have any Pierce armor. Like, not a lot of HP, and then their Pierce armor is like not even there. So Skirms just eat right through their HP. Like, look at these Skirms right now, and the Cappy get he could get long range combat, and then he could even get Jägerbusch. Jägerbusch is a card that essentially adds a multiplier of 1 against light cavalry to the Skirms. So right now, if you look at the stats, the Skirm does basically like 1.5 against goons, right? But if you add Jägerbusch, it's almost doing like 2.5 to the multiplier. So it's really doing like 40 something damage to Dragoons. And then once you get combat in there and it starts looking like 20 range attack, now you're starting to see maneuver units getting melted, really. Yeah. What's the movement speed on these? Yeah, Cappy's definitely paying attention to the mini-map because he's able to like save every villager from even... He might get a little damage... no. He's going to go after the TC. He's going for the TC. He doesn't even care. He's going for the town center. Again, if you add warrior combat, you'll be able to siege this stuff easier. Now, I don't even know if you can even finish it off. Like, is he even going to get half the HP? He's going to get half. Is he going to get any more? Yeah, he's going to get some more. Because, see, now he's got the maneuver units on you. These have multipliers against assault. So... yeah, with the right cards, he could have taken that TC out and done something. And he would have denied him, and Egypt would be so salty, too. I mean, it'd be filled with so much salt there. More salt than a can of Campbell's soup, or possibly even a meal over at, I'm trying to think, what place has a lot of salt in their stuff? I'm trying to remember. Denny's, well, Denny's is the place that gives you diarrhea. You get a Grand Slam breakfast, you get a Grand Slam run to the bathroom before it sprays everywhere. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the place that has a lot of salt. I think I don't know, McDonald's, I guess. Yeah, that's one I'm thinking about. I think so. Stuttgart Manufacturing, this is basically the same thing as Robber Barons, but it gives you a free heavy can as well. So, yeah, just a little bit more feisty of a factory wagon card. I think at this point, once Cappy gets into Industrial Age, you're looking at like a serious problem, because once he gets Maycoffer and needle guns are applied, you're looking at a really scary issue there, really. Yep, it's very tricky to deal with. Kevin Arcade is also an industrial. I'm assuming he went with Albert Pike, right? Or I think he went with Albert Pike. Is Albert Pike the one that gives you the sharps? I believe so. I believe he is. I think it's the Stonewall Jackson that gives you the rifleman, right? Yeah, I think so. I think he did go with him. Which Verlingo, now I'm Teata. Stream the games that happen to you on Discord to your private. I don't know. I want to try Brazil by myself later. They look very unorthodox, but not necessarily slow. Well, I think if you can... I think the problem is nobody has ever really discovered the best compromise between slave trades and abolitions yet. Like, once we figure out like what's the most optimal group of slave trades and abolitions and when to time them, I think Brazil might be more understood. It might go up to a C tier, perhaps. You know, I would maybe even a B tier. Who knows? Maybe there's something we don't know about Brazil in their early game that we're just not aware of. You know, because I think everybody will, at least from what I see, everybody thinks, oh, we have to go voluntario. No, we have to go Cazador Montado. But that's like the only way to play Brazil. You can't go voluntario. You can't, do Pardo Conscripto. But maybe there is a way that we can make that work so that the early game, is actually considered more useful. And then once you do get to age 3, yeah, then things start heating up with the Escoltas and the Montados. Yeah. Totally possible, actually. Yeah. Here comes Maykoff, right? No, Guard Skirms. So going for the Guard Skirms. Is that right? Guard Dragoons, Guard Skirms. Good way to deal with this mix here. Just like I said, Goons and Skirms against Assault and Maneuver is probably the best thing to do. Yeah, Maneuver and Assault is just a bad combination usually. You wouldn't think that it'd be because they're both mounted units. They're like, oh yeah, let's add some Cav Archers to our Knights. That's great if you're playing the Huns in AoE 2, but in Wars of Liberty Land, it just does not work like that. No. You want to go like Scout? You usually want to mix an infantry with the cavalry. Like if you go Skirmish, I guess Skirmish Maneuver or something, or Assault Skirmish is good because the Skirmish takes out the Dragoons and the Assault, pushes forward. Something like that. Really, yeah. Steel gun blasting at the trading post there. Yep, got that can down. Nice. These guard. Those are still veterans, so they're not even specialists. See, it doesn't even have any of these things up to corporal yet. So I mean, is he gonna try to get the sharpshooters up to corporal at least? At least get some stats on them, I suppose. Also, why no repeating rifles? Just to get some more damage out on these sharpshooters. Would make a big difference. Well, that's a good question, actually. Why does the repeating rifles tech not actually improve the rate of fire and not the damage? Like, so that the gunpowder units can actually shoot a bit faster. That would definitely be an interesting change idea, I think. Yeah. Texas Rangers doing pretty well against the Guarda de Honra. RG Escoltas of Brazil. And a big batch of immigrant Japanese infantry there, the Shotai. Basically the same as the Shigumas, wearing their red anime girl wigs, so you'll get them super chats. Super chats from Kitty Anime Girl. Yeah. And from here, we're going to have to see if potentially USA can make up for the lack of stats that Australia is going to do with their lack of upgrade cards, because they decided to go with the Fire Stick and not the Rum Core here. But then again, I mean, if they went Rum Core, Cappy's already got Guard Skirms, so I can't say for sure if that would really be the best viable option for them, really. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, who knows? What's this? What's this speckle here? Oh, a little bit more rating. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, assault is good for stopping weaker assault units, If you're, dealing with, fire sticks or something, just throw some Ascoltas at them, usually. Because the thing is that the Ascolts have that hand armor to negate the splash of their assault. So, if you got, a couple of Missionaries going after your villas, it's not a bad idea to send Ascoltas after them, just because... they're basically they don't have the splash, but they have the HP and attack to deal with them appropriately, I think. Alright, well, formations are a little bit messed up here. You probably want to group up a bit better in this situation. Get the sharpshooters in the range and start picking off those skirms, I think. Yeah, what is he doing with the sharpshooters? He's not even, he could be doing a little bit better with the maneuvering here. Yep, get some fine shots prepared and start blasting them. Back up a bit and volley again. Right over there. Yeah, behind the TC, I guess. Well, you should be snaring him with, the light cavalry and then send the... Up. Oh, did he get a hit on that one? No, I don't think he did. So he's got the Texas Rangers trying to use their larger attack. I mean, if he can meat shield enough with the light cavalry, the Texas Rangers can do fairly well here. That's generally the way the Confederacy units are designed, engineered, I guess. They usually lack better multipliers, but they have better base stats, like more damage, more hit points. So you'll notice that with the Texas Ranger. It's obviously not good against artillery as a Dragoon, which is pretty rare at range, but it just does a lot of base damage for a light cav, and it, shreds through stuff if you give them support or you don't make them the primary target. Same thing with the sharpshooter, the multipliers against heavy infantry, just slightly better than the crossbowmen. Same thing with the ones against light cavalry. But other than its, specialty multiplier against artillery is a sort of semi-Culverin. Its stats are really just built around peak damage, which ends up making it a good anti-skirm if done properly. Because the thing is, it is a 2-pop skirmisher unit, so you kind of have to use them properly to make the most out of them against the 1-pop skirms, of course. Probably a good mixture between long range mode and sticking some in the front to do the quicker fire mode in the front, really. Yeah, essentially. So Brazil is going to keep spamming guarded to Honras, it looks like. Now they're up to Imperial upgrade. This should make a much bigger difference. I think Australia might be completely cooked at this point. Just saying, because now he's totally onto the Imperial upgrade. 50 times 3, that's 150 damage against heavy units, which thankfully does it. Oh yeah, he's got the Spearmen. I mean, Spearmen are kind of gated at this point just because of that higher damage. I think, pom-poms are going to be doing a little bit of rapid fire damage, but just not enough of them to really sustain that at all. It's for USA is now forced to call in their Texas Rangers to deal with that. But it's going to be a little bit less optimal, of course, because they're an age behind. And these Guardia Honras almost have 1k HP apiece. Really limits what these Texas Rangers can do a bit. Yeah, so is he into his hunts? I think he's just trying to corral him in there. Ugh, okay. Oh, Cappy's an Imperial too, so let's see what Imperial stuff Cappy's looking again. I think he's going to get Imperial Skirm very soon, and maybe even Imperial Dragoon very soon as well. Yep, start sieging away at those villains there. Huh. Start sieging away at those stables now. Start sieging away at this tower. Trying to add in the parrot cannons now. Is that parrot cannons or parrot? I think they're parrot because there's two T's on it. If it was like one T, it'd be a parrot can, like it shoots a parrot out. Which would be a bit strange. Parrot cannons. Sharpshooters trying to defend. These corporal ones, yep, corporal sharpshooters. And the Imperial Dragoon as well. Yeah, I think if it just comes down to Australia versus Brazil at this point, the Garda de Honras will completely dominate the Australians here. There's really no other way. Just get that fort down and then go right after the Phillies. USA still trying to send help with the Texas Rangers. Yeah, just cut through them. Yep. There you go. There you go. Yep, just go after those riflemen there and it should be good. Yeah, normally riflemen should counter the escoltas, but because they lack so many upgrades, they're basically just going to get completely cooked by them. Yep, Australia is out, and USA soon will be. GG, well played on that one. That was a good match. Alright, GG, well played on that match. Should be defeated any second. Yep, this guy got that house on, I think, and then he'll quit out of that one. Alright. Got the rest of that. Yeah, at this point it's GG. Skulta's coming in the backside, Germany in the front side. Ooh, looks like Cappy's here. Hey, so that's a Kapuff Daddy here. Yeah, I'm almost sure I'm going to try out some Brazil build orders on my free time. I think you can save your age 1 shipment since you age really fast. But I do want to try it out more to know for sure. Good night for today, though, and have a Merry, Merry Christmas. What day is Christmas? Is it going to be on Tuesday next week? I mean, we have a Cassie game thing to do next week, too, on Tuesday. So maybe it'll be a Cappy Christmas, showing a bunch of Cappy matches. Who knows? That'd be pretty fun. Oh yeah, definitely. Be very entertaining. Most definitely. Here we go, and let's go into the next one now. Let's go into the next match. Let's boot it up. Right here. So what's this game going to be called exactly? See where it has over here. Alright, so it will be called Europa versus America. Europa versus America. So let's do that one now. So is it going to be Germany, Italy versus Canada, Paraguay? Alright, sounds interesting. E for Europa. There we go. We don't see Italy a whole lot. From what we did during the tier list, before we get into that, let's look at the map real quick. Looks like it's Arizona. The wonderful desert map with the little canyon in the middle. And you got the Navajo natives and the Apache natives on this one. So it's a good map. It's a particularly a good map for trading posts like the Ottomans and the Belgians, because they can easily eat up this trade route, I think, and get a lot done with it. But I think in this matchup it might be good as well. So we'll see. So you got Germany this time. And who's playing Italy? So Jesus Cristo is playing Italy this time. Is that right? Italy, from what we have in the tier list, I mean, I'll check them out again. But what I wrote here when we were doing our tier listing stuff, we had Italy as a lower B tier civ, so not quite C tier, but lower B tier civ. And the reason why I thought that they should still be in B tier is just because, you know, they got some okay roster in terms of their standard units. I mean, Railguard Pike, Royal Guard pikemen, Royal Guard grenadiers. I feel like the Alpini were justifiable, were pretty solid. I felt like combat cards wise, they had some pretty good stuff on their melee calves. So I felt like Italy was still pretty good. I just don't think they were above average in average, but sort of at the tipping point, I guess. So, yeah. I definitely think with a German ally, though, they're going to do really well. However, on the other side, you got Fringo with Canada, which is an A-tier civ, and Rommel with Paraguay, which is a upper B-tier civ. A more upper B-tier civ, I should say, than Italy. So this could be, interesting, because technically Jesus Christos' civ tugs the team down, but Cappy's really props it up. But it feels like what Ringo and Rommel got is sort of in the middle of that, engulfed by that sort of arc. So we'll see. I know in terms of synergies, what you're going to probably see with the Paraguay-Canada is Chupa Diabanin and trash unit spam in an ideal situation. But I will say, from my understanding, from some practice that I've done, the new the Pardo rework has essentially restored Paraguay's ability to do pikeman rushes with their trash again. Something we have not seen for about, I'd like to say, probably close to what's the year, 2024. I don't think we've seen this ability to go for real solid pikeman rushes with Paraguay since 2021, like before the Latam rework. Because essentially when the Latam rework came out, originally you had the pikeman as part of the Paraguayan roster, like the European pikeman, so a 40 food, 40 wood pikeman. And then the Pardo came along as a halberdier and sort of upset that sort of purchasing power, because it was a more expensive halberdier that cost food and a coin, arguably a more effective unit but more expensive unit. And then over time, as you know, the Pardo went from being like that, and then its stats being nerfed down to more of a pike-like stat and less like a halberd stat. And then, of course, the cost was really modified from food and coin to all food to make it synergize better with Escopetero combining civs, as well as the Boneros of Peru. And then, it sort of just had an issue there. But I think now that the Pardo is more or less like more of a mixed food and wood pike unit, now we're going to see sort of a restoration of that pike feasibility that we've seen in pre-Latam rework Paraguay, but with all the bells and whistles of Latam rework Paraguay still at their disposal. So essentially, we're going to be seeing more or less stronger pikeman pushes with Paraguay, aided by their Primero de Linea that they'll begin for free, and possibly, a switching of the queues of the two back and forth to have a mix for the infantry and a mix for the cavalry. But now it's going to be boosted by technologies like bakeries from the French immigrants, which is going to get them food works even faster. Wait a second. Faster? Well, I got to consider, because the old Paraguay, like old Paraguay, had a pretty easy time constructing works at the start just because of the 500 wood crate that they start with. So I don't 100% know if I think it's slightly better now, the food eco that you got coming in. Definitely. And I think one thing that the Paraguay Civ definitely has is the infinite shipments for the works now. That definitely gives them a pretty good perk, I think. Definitely. So yeah, I think the pike rushes now are going to be better than they were in the past. Definitely. Especially since you got an early skirm that you could potentially combine them with. The Escopetero. You didn't have that in the old days. The old days, you had to wait till age 3 to get European skirmishers, right? Like, not even Escopeteros, like European skirmishers, because you had most of the lamb civs using Escopeteros as a food and gold, costing sort of like shotgunny shorter range skirm, and then you know, Paraguay had European skirms, yeah. And I believe they were like the last civ to have like the old European skirmisher icon and portrait for them, which is pretty interesting. But yeah, essentially that. But now you got a really good Escopetero combination with them, and then if you want the longer range skirm, you got, of course, Las Buenitas Muy Bonitas that you can do. So it's really, really good in that way. Yeah, I think it works out pretty nice, honestly. We'll see, though. We'll see. It looks like Bringo is actually not Bringo, but Rommel is actually gonna start doing that pikeman rush with the yeah, he is. He's gonna start adding those pikes in. Start adding Pardos in with his trash, and it's really gonna help. He's got the Master Engineer joining his Explorer for the treasure grab. Well, I think the... can the Master Engineer grab... Yep, he can grab the treasure. You should probably grab that before somebody steals it, you know. Probably. Yola uratuao in las ramas del yate. What's that mean? Sounds like Guarani Spanish. Mr. Hernan Cablillo. So here comes the Pardos going for the rush against Germany. Now, I think this is going to be less efficient against Germany. Just because Pardos, you know... But let's look at the stats between... these guys are tankier. These guys are definitely tankier than the Pardos, I think. And the Pardos don't have a lot of attack to make up for it. It's like 8 versus 5, essentially. And I believe the Freschelers, compared to other pikemen, have a better rate of fire, too. They attack faster, so I mean... I think essentially going with the Frescheler mass probably alone is enough to deal with what Paraguay is doing here. But they're going to, of course, be backed up by Canadian Troupes d'Arméniens. Paraguay adds the bakery's technology. They're going to get 2 food works out of this, which would boost them up enough to be able to keep a constant queue of the Pardos going in. We'll see, though. We'll see if it happens. Let's see if it happens. Yeah, yep, but it looks like Cappy is going to do a combo of rain volunteers with the Freschelers. Probably to deal with the possibility of more range units being added in, perhaps. Who knows? I think it's probably a safer bet to have some range in there. What's interesting is, while they're doing that, they're letting Italy do sort of what they have to do to be safe, you know what I mean? A lower... B-tier civ that, you know, can sometimes get pressured pretty hard and they can be a bit slow, actually can, you know, get the macro that they need and be able to support the German ally. Yeah, but pretty effectively. So, yeah, this should be pretty good. Looking forward to it. And oh yeah, if you can get me like a lot of Cassie games for next week, I'll be off on Tuesday for the holidays, so we can get like a really big Muy Grande Cassie game stream out if you give me the records for it. You get like a really big one, like 9-10 hour one if you want. So definitely consider that. Definitely consider getting me a lot of records and we can have like a mega Cassie game stream. Muy Grande one, actually. It should be pretty cool, you know? Yeah. Some Pardos and Troupes d'Arméniens. Few free assault units mixed in. Now they're going. Are they trying to regroup? Are they going to Italy now? And now they definitely don't want to take Cappy head on because they don't want to get completely destroyed by those volunteers there. It's like a covered wagon turned into a town center. Okay, they could actually mess this up if they... Well, if Ringo's looking around, is he going to find it? Oh, he found it! Juanito Bonito found the TC. Let's see if he can get it, though. Let's see. Verlingo! Juanito Verlingo, get the TC. Etiata Juanito, get the TC. I don't know why he just completely left this untouched. Like, that could have been a good snipe there. To at least keep Italy out of the game. I mean, really, like, you really want Italy add into this mess? It's bad enough you have to deal with Cappy in a 2v1. You really want Italy to be maxed out and, yeah, I mean, what's Italy's pop right now? Yeah, I could have housed him a bit doing that, and they wouldn't have as many kills then, you know what I mean? So now he's going to add Paleo, which is going to improve the attack and the movement speed of these kills even more. So yeah, what's their movement speed going to be after this card? I'm curious, actually. Let's see. He already sent Satrigilia to improve the HP and the movement speed. Essentially makes these kills faster than standard Husares, which is quite good, actually. That way you can maneuver in and out with them quite well. Yep, just go after that. Okay. Let's see if they can break past these assault units and actually start pressing into the volunteers, though. If they can get the volunteers and like really hit them hard, I think they might be able to. Going after the Casas, not the best idea. I mean, you'll get some XP from it, but and you'll house him a bit, but at the same time, it's like, nah, he's gonna get more free builds out of that when he starts rebuilding them. Which you definitely don't want. Definitely don't want that. Yep, definitely not. Yep, another one down. Yo, Samaka Yobatais, that might help against the volunteers. Might actually do some good multiplier damage on them. Oh, they're getting snagging some kills out of them. So that might be... I think if they can press this advantage on that TC and actually get it down, they might be able to do this. But if not, then they're looking at a really bad problem here. Oh, Kida says. You want to deal with them. Yeah, I mean, it's like they just have to retreat out and kite them a bit. Killa says, take the front of the assault there. Yeah. I think they just need to regroup now, because if they don't regroup, the splash attack assault units are just going to really take over on that front. And then, of course, you got Cappy in the back with his range units. Not helping there as much, with his volunteers and his few line more mixed in even. Yep, just take that out. Yep. Oh, Basigliades. Ooh, that could actually be kind of serious because the Basigliades, of course, are a maneuver unit. And what are Primero de Lineas? They're a maneuver unit. They're assault units. So if you have these maneuver units mixed in with your army there, they might be able to basically really suppress whatever Paraguay tries to do here, whether it's Acayobatize or the Primero de Lineas. The only sort of thing that Paraguay can hope to do here is just spam enough Pardos at the Basigliaires and hope that that's enough. But with all those skirmish units from Germany, it's looking a lot less likely that's going to even effectively do anything here, really. It looks like Rommel's forced to start making Red Devils from his French immigrant colony, because he's just running out of options, it looks like. He needs a little bit of extra scout units, but they're barely struggling against assault units, you know. I mean, the Red Devil, for all it's worth, does quite a bit of damage for a scout unit, but even then, the assault units just have more HP. They got armor and melee, so it's just not the most ideal use of the unit. This Kida says still alive, and it's given the Basigliaires a chance to actually snipe the artillery. So, I mean, they're really gaining inroads here and the chance of even taking out these barracks here on the front lines. Which, you know, that would be a huge reversal of what was going on there before, I think. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Cappy's already got a huge army of, like, actual legit skirmishers now. Ready to actually keep this push going. Italy, able to afford Calaces, and eventually I'm assuming they're going to be able to add in more Basigliaires as well. And have a really nice mass going into these skirmishes. He has all the counter cavalry cards too, so these Basigliaires are looking really, really good, I think, in terms of stats. What's going on with wood? He doesn't have any wood though, so he's not going to be able to get any of the town wagons out of his architects anytime soon to start like sending houses all over the place. And where's Germany? Where's Germany at resource-wise? So lots of coin. How many bills? 69. Almost maxed out. How many? Does he have all his mites cairns? Yep, has those. So he's going to have to use the double town center queue to get the rest of the bills. Yeah, I mean, I think they've weathered the storm and now they can do the final push here. Once they get the proper upgrades and units, that is. We'll have to see, though. Militia, I mean, militia are just going to fail for Canada just because Cappy's running actual skirmishers here, like actual full veteran upgraded skirms. Veteran skirms are going to beat militia any day of the week if you look at the stats. And these aren't even upgraded to veteran. These things are still, yeah, like night and day, I would say, honestly. Even more armor, too. What you got here? You got economic theory, you got artificial fertilizer, so working on the food eco, a little bit on the everything eco as well with the eco theory. Special for Christmas, snow maps only. It's cool when the map has black zones. Fog of War, I mean. Gives more info about match and game state. Could you cast this with Fog of War? Hey, if you want me to keep the Fog of War on, I don't mind. Like, yeah, this is the Fog of War right now, just for, you know, for perspective, really. I like to keep the Fog of War off just so we can see what everybody's doing, but I guess that means we'll just cycle around and see what the other teams are up to. So this is the POV for Team Paraguay and Canada, essentially. So they got sort of like viewage of this area, really. I think they thankfully have enough sight over here to prevent these works from getting sniped. Definitely a lot of missing sight in this area, though, I think. Yeah. And definitely not a lot of solid enough sight going into this direction, Mike. So you might actually run into some problems there if they're not careful. Basically. Looks like Jesus moving out on this mine. Cappy's now doing double Husale at the stable. Could get the veteran upgrade on those pretty soon as well. Wow, Cappy being built with the mining here, with the copper. Right, Lily, like on this side near the buildings, he could actually get found out. That's probably why Cappy's only leaving like 2 settlers there right now. Kinda doesn't want to risk it, I think. Definitely not. Has this mine here though. Veteran coming in. Explorer giving him a bit of line of sight into what's near the fort there. Has a Akayubatai and has a Yanet there as well. Cohete rockets. Let's see, did Rommel get... Yeah, he did send his Fundaciones to start producing the Cohete rockets. These are essentially weaker but more spammable rockets that you get for free from your heavy works building. And essentially they're generally going to have a large general damage but a slight malice against artillery and cavalry. Anything with like the shock tag. But they do have an add multiplier against boats. In general, these cohetes are kind of the bread and butter of the Paraguayan army. On one side, you have the trash units trying to do most of the frontal assault, but behind the scenes, you're trying to really get these Cohete rockets to really cut down their numbers, do some good splash, hit key areas, particularly those with artillery. In general, the Cohete rockets, kind of function as good coves, even with that malice, because a massive, so many Cohetes can actually, blast down a couple of Falcons or even a steel gun pretty easily, It's quite powerful. And this is why skirms are always going to be better than militia. Militia only have a range of 16, being sort of like a crossbow equivalent, whereas the German skirms full 20 range, so they're always going to be able to out-kite them and, just completely disable them at that point. Yeah. Colonial Cavalry from Canada. So Canada's basically just doing their standard units. Really. I don't know, let's go to Italy and see what Italy's... So Italy's got, Italy's an industrial age, actually, and they got about 2 factories already, so they're looking quite sharp right now, essentially. If they want more eco, they got Royal Men still to send in eco theory, but they can start to maybe upgrade their infantry as well, particularly the counter cavalry infantry, like the pikes, the line infantry, and the Basigliares, yeah. But they do have Ruinum Navrunum as well. This is a pretty interesting option because it essentially unlocks the Pontifical Guards at the Basilica. But I don't think you can make pikes and volunteers anymore after you get this. So you either can get Royal Guard pikemen, the Picciottos is Italy, or you can get the Pontifical Guards, which are essentially statistically the same as Swiss pikemen. But it's going to be a more expensive coin unit, obviously. Then Zepte gives you some upgraded Ascaris, which actually matters quite a bit because you got a card with Italy called Sciambaschi, which will allow you to train Ascaris from your Explorer. And they actually will shadow tech with each upgrade, but that essentially means is you can synergize the natural shadow tech upgrades you're going to get through, the unlocked Ascaris, and then you get that royal decree that essentially gives them the first gun upgrade and the first gun upgrade, the first sword upgrade, and the first helmet upgrade of the Ascaris of the African Civ. So a little bit more range, attack, and HP to the unit beyond just the normal stats. It's like having 2 guard upgrades in one. It's like even better than a Royal Guard, really. Yeah. Yeah, essentially. Third French wave. Yeah, so Rommel's going greedy French immigrants, I guess, if he can get to Imperial. French immigrants going all the way with French immigrants in Paraguay can be great if you're going Imperial, because the ultimate power essentially removes all the coin costs from their upgrades from the barracks, stable, and boundaries, and the heavy works. So what that ends up meaning is you have a way of quickly going from unupgraded unit to Imperial upgrade unit as long as you have enough wood. Yeah, as long as you have enough wood. Still add in more Queguas. Again, the infantry combat card for the Pardos, Escopeteros, and Las Buenitas Muy Bonitas Vivendelas, right? Yep. It's like Rommel likes using Juanitas Muy Bonitas in this matchup. I don't get why it mentions the Skirm having a long range attack if it's only 20 range. You know, they should really give it like 22 range or something if they're going to use that description. It's kind of misleading. Just saying. Just saying. Ringo looking to do as much raiding potential as possible with these light cavalry. It's ideal to try to get the upgrades on your works buildings as Paraguay as quick as possible, typically. So that's a really important thing to do. Cappy's looking to get circular saw so he can keep up with his upgrades. Is Eve Max on his vills, I'm assuming at this point? Yep. Start getting his upgrades on his estates as well, whenever possible. Guard skirms, right? Yeah, guard skirms. He already has Totenkopf Hussars. Totenkopf Husares, essentially Death Head Hussars. Quite a powerful RG upgrade for them. Using the one steel gun from Stuttgart manufacturing to snipe the barracks. Counter infantry rifling. Yep, that's going to be really good for just dealing with heavy infantry. It's basically going to negate any sort of Pardos Rommel tries to do there. Juanito Verlingo going in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Gonna get pursued by Quiles. That's a spicy move by Jesus Cristo. He snared him with one of them, and then now he used it to move the other ones on top of him. He's going to shred even more of him off doing that and shave him off. Yeah, now he can push back, yeah. We thought he had to sacrifice him, but guess not. Comes Cappy with Totenkopf and Guard Skirmy. Kind of an interesting combo we don't see all the time. We usually see Cappy going with Maykoff for line infantry, but today he chose to go with the Totenkopf Husare. Probably to, you know, counter the bit of a different roster that Paraguay and Canada combined are doing right now. The Spontooner is doing quite a bit of damage to those Hussars, though. And given enough for the light cavalry to return and deal with the guard skirms effectively. Yeah, not bad at all. How many team cards does Ringo include in his Canada deck? So he's got the Maple Syrup, he's got the Team Villager ones, Exotic Hardwoods, he's got Dynamite Mining, Great Upheaval, Squash Plantations, and then he's got the Mounted Police Comment. So good number of them, fair amount of them, I think, yeah. Definitely. So I think that's pretty solid all around. But coming back with the vengeance once the Culasses are added to the mix. Aggressive Culasses. Unfortunately, Ringo does not have any riflemen right now, so it's not going to be able to really hold much of a line against the stuff there. Yeah. Interesting. Now Paraguay decides to add Pardos to the mix. And Ringo's going to ship in Krupp steel cannons. It's only going to be useful if they go for a siege, though, or they defend against Artie. Yeah. Again, we're pulling to increase the amount of villagers on the field. So yeah, basically this will get Cappy closer to the standard number of villagers, essentially. That fort is definitely helping out, I think, hold the line against the attackers. Cappy getting pretty close to Imperial Age resources. His coin going up. Is he gonna just go Imperial? Get an Imperial skirm? Yeah, and could mix it, get long range combat as well, and get really beefed up skirms here if you wanted to. Yep, gonna get long range combat now for the skirms. Goes Imperial with whom exactly? The Capitalist for creates a coin. So you can really get the Imperial skirm upgrade going, as well as the other Imperial skirm. Well, I should say Imperial upgrades for any of the other units he wants. I'm assuming probably Imperial Tomecraft Hussar with skirm might be the way he goes. Oh, adds the Krupp factories in as well. Alright. Yeah, sort of the downside of going Krupp factory with Ruhr Poland is the fact that, you know, you can have a little bit less pop than if you didn't do that, really. But thankfully they got Kulisev's support from Italy, so maybe it won't be as bad. Rommel and in the Patillai Escobateros with their splash attack. Cappy's Hussar is trying to do as much damage as possible there. It's kind of funny how Spontooners is like a trash unit still viable this deep into the game. And holding the fort down. I think once Cappy starts getting the mortars in from the crew factories, I think they'll actually be able to start showing these buildings and forcing them back. Yeah, I think that's what it'll take. So you have a foundry out to start upgrading the mortars? Yep, he's going to start getting that right now, right over here. Could get a third crew factory now, too, if he wanted to get even more batches of them going. So let's see what happens with the mortar showing at the fort there. Yep. Ooh, wow. Yep. Take out the fort. I'm assuming he's going to go after the outposts, then the barracks. Probably head towards this way and get those out. Once the forts are taken out, I think it's a lot easier to go in with your Imperial skirms and so forth and do a final push of some sort. Yeah, basically. Ooh, wait a second though. They're getting pushed pretty hard here. Look at this spunt. Wow, 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 wow. Look at these barracks getting completely. Ah. What's the res count on Rommel? Oh, he's running a bit on empty there. That is a little concern. Like throwing the units at the skirms. What? Why would you do that? Oh, he's going after the mortars. I mean, I wouldn't be worried about the mortars at this. I'd be worried about preserving your stuff since your res are low. Varingo, what you do, Juanito? Varingo, you dropped your wood crates on the front lines, Juanito. That's a bad idea. That I've seen that happen so many times. People drop their res on the front lines all the time, and then they can't get them. Your enemy can get them. Your enemy can get them. Enemy can get them, and it's pretty disturbing when that does happen. Yeah. Cappy's getting Imperial Skirm. Yep. Imperial Skirm coming in. Also Jägerbusch. Jägerbusch to also give them enough multiplier against the Nets as well to completely shred them. Because now you're going to see these things at full. 32 times. Yeah, that's like a lot of. That's a lot of damage, man. That's like 70 something damage a shot. And that's barely even stand a chance against that. I think at this point Cappy is probably safe, you know. He has like the back resources to do the push. Take out the can, yep. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do notice Rumble running low on res. He's going to have to send Isolationism now to basically get his works gathering a little bit better. You know, but if he does want to take any native sites in the future, that's gonna the trade post is gonna cost like 500, 600 wood after you send that card. Hopefully he's fully aware of that. Probably doesn't need the natives anymore. But to be fair, if he had some Apaches, he'd what's the native site he has near him? Navajo. I mean, even having couple of extra Navajos mixed in would be good. Because here's the thing, Paraguay actually has some decent native warrior upgrade cards that could have actually gave him some really neat Navajos, really. Yeah. Oh, the guard Zapte Ascaris are in. Yeah, this is not looking good. Yeah, those will be a really good skirmisher. They aren't even got the they don't even have the Imperial upgrade yet. Once those get applied, then I think it's safe to say there's not much that Team Veringo and Rommel could do at all. Foreign Legion Cavalry. Really bad idea against so many skirms, honestly. Yeah. Trying to do some Pardos, I guess, for the... I don't even think Rommel even knows what he's doing anymore against this push. Not really. Definitely not. GG, well played on this one. Definitely. I like this one. This was pretty good. Oh, he's going to Imperial Age as well. Yeah. Same thing with the Capitalist. Some killisses. Oh, definitely a good fight. I'll definitely say that. GG, well played on that one. Nice, nice, nice. What's the next one we're doing? So I think the next one we're doing is going to be a Belgium versus Bulgaria. It says Civis Kaka. Civis Kaka means poop sieves. What do you mean poop sieves? Why are the sieves made of poopy? Poopy sieves. I don't know. We'll find out. Because last I checked, and we can look at the tier list right now, just to confirm it. We look at the tier list, right? You see here. Belgium is an A-tier civ. It's not a Kaka civ. It's an A-tier civ. Bulgaria is even an upper B-tier civ, you know? So I don't know what they're talking about. Like, Bulgaria's sort of on the line, I think, in between being an A and a B tier civ. So, these are like upper class civs, I would say. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So, yep, let me find it. Civis Kaka. C is for civis. And Kaka. Yeah. Looks like our first Hudson Bay game of the day today. Yeah, this is probably one of the best Liga maps you can do, I think. I definitely like Hudson Bay quite a bit. It's got like all the benefits of Saguenay, but not being a giant and obese-sized map that takes forever to get through. Yeah, basically. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, it's a fun map, though. Definitely a fun map. It's got good natives on it. You got the Cree. And you got the Huron on it too, the Wendat. So you got mantlets and really tanky skirms on it. Yep, so Sog is running Bulgaria and Rommel is running Belgium. The most important thing you need to know about Belgium at the start of the game is that they start with a frontier wagon. And a frontier wagon can turn into multiple things for Belgium. It can turn into a trading post, a outpost, or a tavern, depending on what they want. If they want to make mercenaries, you could turn into a tavern. But the best thing, obviously, to do in Age 1 is turn into a trading post on any trade route that you can. And if there's no trade route, stick it on a native site. And if you don't have that, then you consider making an outpost and, protecting a mine, protecting a hunt with it. Either way, the bonus works regardless of the map. It's just going to be way better on maps that have trading posts on them, obviously, And Belgians get this interesting option for their trade routes. So instead of just delivering XP, you see this little rope right here hidden behind all these buns and stuff? This little rope. Essentially what this does is every time, your delivery arrives at the trade route, instead of giving you some sort of resource, it grants some negative aura to all the enemy villagers on the map, decreasing their gather rate every time it passes over the thing. I don't know if it stacks or not. That's the thing. I don't recall if it stacks. In the old days of Belgium, like the old days, essentially what happened was Belgian trading posts would always decrease enemy villager gather rates throughout the game as long as they were built. And the devs realized really quickly this essentially gave Belgium a way of really curb stomping people's scores to the point that they could win any game with the right macro. And they rightfully said this is not a good idea to do, and they ended up making it limited to a option at the trade route that would only be activated for so many seconds every time the thing pulled into the station, basically, to make it so you can still use the ability, but it's not always active, and thus other enemy players can still sort of gather at a normal rate most of the time. I mean, I don't know how useful it is. I mean, I personally rather have the XP myself in my back pocket, really. That's at least me. I'd rather just have the XP in my back pocket to use and be able to put it into stuff, really. That's just a personal preference, really. You might want to use the decreased gather rate or thingy, but I'd rather just get the XP myself so I can get some better shipments, Yeah, so what are the decks here? It's really important because there's a few ways you could do Belgium. So this Belgian deck involves... so you got fortified trading posts there, which is a great card. Got some unit shipments. You do have Rikswak. It's Rikswak or something. Essentially what this does is allows you to train volunteers, your crossbowman unit, for no wood but more food. and they can be trained from towers eventually, so from your outposts. So essentially, your volunteers go from a cost of like 40 food to about 80 food, I believe, and then the wood cost is sort of removed from them. So it's great if there's no trees on the map, because it means you can still make volunteers, and you can make them from your outpost buildings as well. So if you have an outpost on the front lines near your enemy's base, yeah, you can start harassing them with them then. And this card here, Fortified Trading Posts, it essentially turns your trading posts into like little mini forts. They actually can shoot cannonballs instead of the normal bullets that you would get from like advanced trading posts. They basically become like little mini forts in like within a small circle, like maybe this circle, and they'll shoot cannonballs and go boom, 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 and start pounding any sort of infantry that tries to go right up to it to try to siege it. It's like really good. Then other than that, we got this card, Sapuras Bumpias. Gives volunteers, it doubles their siege rate, doubles it, which is quite good. We have this Team Rubber Boom. Belgium's the only European civ to have Rubber Boom as a card option. All the other civs that have Rubber Boom are in the land of Juanitos muy bonitos and las Juanitas muy bonitas. So like Brazil, Mexico, those civs. But for Bulgaria, what is Bulgaria going to do? So Bulgaria has crates. They have some Samara banner cards, I think. And frontier defenses. No Kazarma card. That is a little bit concerned to me. I'd rather have the Kazarma card, so you could get yourself a couple of extra barracks buildings on the field and have an endless population, to spam your stuff. So we're going to see here, though. Is Bulgaria actually capable of amassing enough opulence to try to beat Belgium? Or how are they going to go about this, Bulgaria has a really tough issue, I think, where essentially here's the problem with Bulgaria. They get their upgrades in age later and their units in age later. So what does that mean? So in age 2, in the second age, they can only make these trash units called Opolshenets, right? Opolshenet Cavalry and Opolshenet Infantry. It's not until age 3 that you can actually start to train your age 2 units, like your Scythemen and your Hajuks, and your sort of like your early artillery from the foundry. And then in age 4 is when you can actually train your skirmishers, your border guards. You can now call Grenzers, I believe, Grenzeri, when you can make your honor guards from the stable, and then your Carbonire cavalry, essentially. So everything's behind, essentially. That's basically what you need to understand. Everything's behind with Bulgaria, and the upgrades are too, except for the Opolshens. You can get veteran Opolshens in age 3 as normal, but to get veteran Scythemen or Hajuks, you actually have to wait till age 4. And what's really messed up and kind of toxic is the fact that you can't even get guard or imperial upgrades to anything other than the Opolshens until the imperial age. So if you're just playing it out into the industrial age, your honor guards are just going to be dry stats with just whatever upgrade cards you can get, being the Alexander Star, which will give them about 20% HP in attack. That's about it. So Imperial Age is a really important age for Bulgaria to reach in any game, just so they can get those guard and Imperial upgrades they need to really max themselves out. Because if they don't get that, it's just really, really tough for them to do anything. It's really an utter challenge, pretty much, yeah. Essentially what ends up happening to them there. Oh, hello, Fabian Lopez, a fellow Juanito from Chile, to visit us today. That's awesome. Right now, we're witnessing these Opolshena cavalry trying to go for some sort of raid here. To no avail right now. I mean, honestly, as Bulgaria, there's not much you can do with the cards you dealt with. The only reason they're the most upper tier B tier civ on my tier list is because of the Samara banners. The Samara banners, as well as the Kazarma card, when in combination, actually pushes Bulgaria into being a upper B tier civ. Yeah. And then I guess as a slight consideration as well is the fact that if you do get to Imperial Age, you got the best honor guards in the game that have the most armor. Because normally honor guards only have like, what is it, like 30% pierce armor and 30% hack armor. I believe the ones that I believe the Spassy till, I believe it's the Spassy, the convoy upgrade for the honor guards for Bulgaria actually gives them an armor rate of like 40% hack and pierce or 50% or something. It's pretty big. It's pretty large. Does quite a bit. Turns them into some pretty powerful tanky units overall and really hard to deal with. All Rommel has to do is just keep a couple of line infantry around here in the right spot, and he can basically push off anything that the enemy sends at him, which is great, Yeah, basically. Opposite cavalry there, yep. Is doing some opposite infantry as well. The opposite infantry are a hybrid between skirmish and heavy infantry, which basically means they suffer from skirms and they also suffer from lanceros and hussars. But they do have double armor values as a result. They got the hand armor of a heavy infantry, but they have the pierce armor of a skirmisher. And they also have some extra range. They have 14 range instead of 12 of a musket, so they're really just supposed to be massed in large numbers against your enemy. And they are considerably cheaper than most infantry with the cost of 35 coin and 55 food. So you can stack them pretty hard, actually. Same thing with the Opposant cavalry. They're cheaper than the Hussar. They're about 100 food and 60 coin. So kind of a massable unit overall, I would say. Oh, going for the settlers, it looks like. Yep. Kind of missed the mark, so to speak. Yeah, I probably could have gotten one of them if he just, I don't know, didn't do whatever there. Going up with Georgy, who's this guy? Georgy Benkovsky. Yeah. This politician will give you a covered wagon, which is pretty good. Then you can start queuing up fills at 2 town centers instead of 1, essentially. What else? What else are we looking at? What's going to be like the next move by Bulgaria? I think probably they're just going to focus on... well, wait a second. So what has he got? He's got partisan combat and partisan attack. Is that right? Okay, so he's got some partisan stats. Does have Opposant combat and H4. So Opposants are mostly looking good, upgrades-wise. That's pretty good, I think. Yeah. Danubian combat benefits the Opposant infantry as well. So, yeah, if you can get enough cards, the Opposants start to turn into more and more reasonable soldiers overall to get you through the earlier ages, really. But that being said, if your opponent's also following you on a similar trajectory in age up, it can be a bit daunting at times. Because they're going to have more upgrades on their units and they're going to have more advanced units when you're in the same age, really. Again, a star fort, it looks like. Where's he going to put that? Double town center Rommel. That's not looking good. Oh, Rommel has his own fort. He's going to put it right on the coastline. Not a bad idea in case your opponent goes with Navy. And it looks like star forward for Bulgaria go right into this forward position here. It's called a star forward because it's a little star. It's got 5 points. 5 points sticking out of the forward. These even veteran upgrade. Yeah, you should probably get these up to veteran upgrade at least to deal with whatever Rommel's doing. Get those combat cards on them ASAP. Then you might have a bit of an easier time with these, I think. Yeah. Well, since they're skirmish, does that mean they get... Yeah, they do get more range from the Tower House upgrade. That's good. So they'll go up to like 16 range, is that right? Yeah, basically. Not the best, but, you know, certainly something. Trying to hold out here as much as possible. This is going to use infinite shipments off Bolshevik cavalry, it looks like. Veteran volunteer. Now he gets the veteran on the opposite infantry. Whereas Rommel ships in some of the Luxembourgish Volontaire Gendarmes. These are essentially mercenary cuirassiers from Luxembourg that the Belgians and a number of other civs can ship in. These are them right here. Yeah, pretty good unit overall. Actually does 2 splash instead of 1 splash, which is pretty solid. I just wonder if Bulgaria will be able to catch up with the curve, basically. Because, you know, they're going to have to be faster in their age-ups if they want to get more and more upgrades over Rommel. Or at least be able to get the Opolshenets in a position to be able to fight, really. Well, this is Belgium. Let's look at Bulgaria's deck. So, got this card. He needs this one. Needs this one. Alright. As many of those combat cards as possible to get the most performance out of it. It'd be great if Bulgaria had like a few more upgrade cards for some of the other units, you know what I mean? Like some extra ones for the Hajuk, some extra ones for the Border Patrol, so you could conceivably get more value out of them, at least a slight bit more value out of them in the earlier ages. Instead of having to go all the way to Imperial Age just to get Guard and Imperial. That never quite made sense to me. Like, what's the point of, you know, being an age behind and having to get both your Guard and Imperial upgrade in, like, age 5? Like, is that really a good Civ design, or is it just, like, some weird, oh, yeah, it's age later, yeah. Yeah. I thought they were supposed to have, like, some sort of bonus where when their units died, they'd, like, be able to, they'd be respawned as a 1 HP unit that, you know, could fire at them or something, I don't know, something like that. To get one last shot out of the unit, basically. Trying to use the Mia Toulouse Gatlings here to take apart this tower. Oh, using the mountain artillery to blast the cannons. Very clever. Very smart, actually, yeah. Getting holsters, so the Opalshan infantry will now have 16 range because of their skirmish tag. So much HP on these Gendarmes, though, that I don't think they can fall that easily. Oh, got one of them. I think he got another one, too. The Star Fort's definitely helping, I think. Yeah, the Star Fort's definitely doing a number on the mounted stuff. Oh, look at how far I went for the rider. Yep. Want to get as much range between you and the infantry as possible in that engagement. If you can kite the line infantry, that'd be great. You know, it ranges about even with the volunteers. And if you're gonna use these, you gotta like coordinate properly with the infantry. Otherwise, it's a wasteful unit. Like, what is he trying to do? Is he trying to raid? Well, he might be able to raid here. But nah, he's got like infantry there, so it's like, yeah, how much value you getting out of these shipments, I would like to say. Gets one unit, right? One villager. Two villager. Three, nah, he just goes after the infantry and completely botches it, yeah. Two villagers for all that, no. I just don't think that's a great investment myself. At least get like 4 or 5 Aldinos, I think, before you can even call that a success. At least in my opinion, anyways. Yep, gonna go for another strike on that, looks like, yeah. Yep. How much HP does that Vil have? 1 slash away, damn, that's pretty bad. Damn, that's a pretty tanky villager there, yeah. Here comes the cherry guns. The cherry guns. Why are they called cherry guns? Are they made out of cherry wood or something? Basically, they are cannons that fire once, and then once they fire, they die. They're like one cannon. So basically, once they fire once, they like explode or something. They're no longer useful. I don't know the logic behind it. So, if you have like a piece of wood artillery, does that mean that you can only fire it once, and then the wood chunks just go everywhere, or what's the logic behind the cherry gun exactly? Because I know the Tupi have something similar. They have the thunder guns, where you know, those things die instantly after they fire once. Question is, what does he do with the cherry guns? Where are the cherry guns? Here they are. Notice how they have the cheapest cost of artillery you'll ever see in the world, just because, once they fire once, they're kind of gone. Yeah. Kind of a weird, wacky unit in a way. Yeah. I think, yeah. I surprisingly don't make them a whole lot. I probably should. It's Bulgaria, because if you can get to like H3 and start training these, I think they can be pretty. They can pay themselves back really well if you micro them. You know what I mean? Like 2 splash, 300 crush, not bad for the cost. As long as you're hitting the right targets with them every time. But that's the thing, you gotta micromanage every single one. I would love to see people use cherry guns in like arena games once we can get arena compatible with Wars Liberty and not out of sync. Or crash or whatever. It'd be fun to like try to use units like cherry guns in an arena scenario. Like somebody just makes nothing but cherry guns and basically saves all their gold to make cherry guns and then just does huge micro maneuvers and somehow wins their team the round just because they're able to target the cherry guns in an appropriate way to get the most out of them. Of course, until the culverins come out, until they put culverins out, mountain artilleries, Krupp steels, that sort of thing, basically. And that reminds me, now that the Uruguay can train their units for resources at the buildings, that essentially fixed the dilemma in my brain I was thinking about with, essentially with what Uruguay could train in like a arena scenario, because I was worried that they were going to have like multiple colonies and have to train this. Now that there's code to move those things to the respective buildings, I could apply that to any of the Latam civs so they could train their stuff at the proper buildings and all that. Yeah. Kind of interesting in a way, Because it means now when I do code arena into Wars of Liberty, when it's allowed, obviously, when it doesn't sync, I could probably check later to see if it's still out of sync or not. Yeah, essentially you would be able to have immigrant units trainable by all the LAM civs, and I would only program the ones that that civ gets, right? So I think Colombia would have 5 options, right? Colombia would have 5 options. Brazil would have 4. And then everybody else would get 3. And then Uruguay would obviously get them all. And that would make them, sort of make them pretty solid in their own way. Yeah, basically. I'd probably let Uruguay train Escopeteros, but give them the Guard and Imperial upgrade, which is still coded into the game, essentially. Yeah. And then for other civs too, I can give them Musketeros with the Guard and Imperial upgrade as well, just so they can use them. If you're like Brazil or Peru, because you do get combat cards vested in that, so it just adds more value to the stuff, really. Pretty much. So the question is, what happens from here? Like, where's Rommel as? Rommel, like, Rommel's actually drained of resources. Now that I look at this, like, it's almost looking like Bulgaria's gaining momentum on top of them because of the booming. The baby boomerang is coming on top of them. I think Bulgaria might unseat Belgium here. Who knows? It's looking like it. It's looking like it, definitely. It's definitely looking like it might happen. We'll see. It all depends on how he uses these cherry guns. And he's going to age 4 as well. He's going up with Stefan Stambulov. If you can get the Guard upgrade on the Opel Shenandoah infantry, and it looks like he's getting the damn Nubian combat as well. These Opel Shenandoah infantry are looking quite good, actually. Quite viable. Actually get some great value out of them. Because the Guard upgrade will essentially get him up to like 30 range attack, which, on paper sounds really horrifying, but reality for this unit, it turns into a pretty solid thing all around, I would say. I think Bulgaria would be a fun arena civ. Definitely. Especially if you include like the age up timing with the two. Like you can only do Opalshants in the early ages and then do Hajuks another in the other, and or we could, unglue that as well and do give them stuff in the proper ages as well. It really depends, I guess, what you're looking for as an experience. Because I could totally see somebody just getting like a cherry gun for like the first round of arena and just blasting their native scouts with it, like boom, GG, like a freebie round just because they did cherry guns. Yeah, well, actually, I think cherry guns might be bonkers for the early game of the arena, because if you can get enough cherry guns and you can aim them well, that means you can conceivably wipe out small battalions of units and essentially get free rounds. But I don't know, maybe I'm overreacting a bit to it, but maybe not, I don't know. Definitely the cost of the cherry gun will have to be weighed pretty seriously. Like you should only be able to get like 2 or 3 of them max in the early rounds. And then from there, obviously, as you get a lot more gold, yeah, you can choose to make regular military or just do cherry guns alone, essentially, yeah. I mean, Bulgaria's like doing great right now. Like, I think Sog clearly has the advantage here, obviously. I mean, he just needs to use the Star Fort to target the cannons. And I think Rommel might realize that he's... Yeah, I mean, look at this. Like, he's holding the line super well, and he's stalling them out so well. Look at how well he's stalling them, too. Like, yeah, just make some more. He's doing some mountain artillery. Oh, he's going to get him in the melee, too. That's good. If you can get out the last cannon... Is the artillery gone now? Yeah, I mean... Yeah, Bulgaria won this one. Good job. Good job, you won this one. Rommel doesn't even have any saved resources. Rommel McDonald is starving right now for some McDonald's. Rommel McDonald is starving for some McDonald's, yeah. Get that man a Big Mac and some chicken McNuggets and some french fries, yeah. It's like starving out on all his comida and everything. And these aren't even veteran upgrade, and here comes the mountain artillery, here comes the siege. Here comes the siege. Good one for Bulgaria, because that's unseating Belgium, which is pretty nice, actually, So maybe Bulgaria should be moved up to A tier, who knows? Like, definitely in that matchup, it felt like, Sog was able to outdo a higher seeded Civ at a pretty fair rate, I think, all things considered. Definitely. So let's try the next one now. So what's the next game called exactly? It is called Juanitos Args versus Juanitos Mex. So you'd pair up the Argentinian Juanitos against the Mexican Juanitos. Ooh, okay. I guess there's 2 games named like that, huh? Alright, well, let's give it a go. See what we do, yeah. J is for Juanito, Juanito Bonito, Juanita Bonita. This one, alright. So they named the same thing. Oh, Team Arc versus Team X. Alright, so the first one's Juanitos and then next one's T for Team. Alright. Good to know. Good to know, essentially, yeah. So where are we at now? We're on ESOC's Struggle of Indonesia. Yeah, I like this map. Yeah, the cool part about this map is basically it's like this nice island, and then you got like little mini islands with some res around them here, and then you got some bigger little islands here that have a hunt on them even. So a lot going on here, and then for Nats you got the Sufi elephants and you got the Jesuits on it. So a lot going on. So let's get right into it, shall we? All right, here we go. Here we go. So, what's the team? So, we got Zog with Peru. And teamed up with Jeff, another Arg Juanito, playing as Gran Colombia. And then we got the two Mexicans, Chapo and Cappy. Chapo is doing Romania, and Cappy is doing Japan. So, we got Anime Girl Civ with Dracula Vampire Civ against Pablo Escobar Civ and Senor Vlingo Teata Civ. Okay, so I mean, I think. Well, let's take a look at the. I'll take a look at the tier list. You know, you can't see it, but I can, and I'm not seeing things. There's really a tier list I'm looking at in Discord that gives us a guide. So, Peru with Colombia, is that right? So who's Peru? Sog, and then Jeff is Colombia. So it's essentially going to be a low tier C tier Civ and a low B tier Civ against S tier Japan Civ. And who is Chapo again? He is Romania. So that's like an upper C tier Civ. Alright, so technically the Cappy team should win this because he's running an S tier. The other two are running a low B tier and a low C tier Civ. But you never know. I mean, it depends on skill level. You know, Cappy and Jeff are sort of on a similar playing field, I think. You know, a lot of these Cappy games, you've had Cappy running up against a lot lower opponents, but now you got Jeff, and Jeff is something different. You know, but at the same time, you got an ally of Chapo, and Chapo has been around since who knows how long, like for years and years he's been around, basically doing all sorts of OP stuff, and with Canada and other civs. Yeah, definitely. So, should be an interesting matchup either way. So what's Chapo's Romania look like? So he does more of a greedy resource-based Romania, looks like. He's got Time Honey, which is for the coin crops. He's got Sun Curing for the food crops. He's got Rekia Distillery with some, like, it's like some, I don't know, like some Slavic liquor of some kind you make with the coin, with the strawberries. That's gathering for the coin. Has Lotari for the Roma slaves to gather better. Export tax for the coin, refridge, mints. So a lot of resource-based cards here. But you do have Juni Blozavini. This is the best Calarasi card because it essentially allows Calarasi to turn killed units into other Calarasi on your team. So that's good. Venatori Combat's a pretty solid one as well. Has both the territorial attack and HP for the Durabanti and Calaras. And then Bucharest Fortress allows Durabanti to build any kind of aggressive fortification. Durabanti can also build trading posts if combined with advanced trading posts. Yeah, it's kind of a cool setup for them. Essentially, Durabanti will be able to build tower houses, walls, I believe, as well as star forts. So instead of your explorer being able to build like your fort, like Castlementation allows you to, the Durabanti will be able to construct those things. Yeah. And you do now this cool card, Biospeciology. Essentially, it gives you a mine prospector, and the mine can be gathered for food instead of coin. So it's like this big mine that you can gather for food, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Mining food. Like, who knew that you can mine food? With Romania, anything's possible, right? Yeah. Standard Cappy Japan deck, right? Oh, wait a second. This is a different Cappy Japan deck. It's much more team friendly. It looks like you got Heavenly Kami is the first card, then you have Chonindo. So this is basically like a team version of Eco Theory. This deck does not have Takamori on it. It has a lot more Gathering Rate cards. So you got Sustainable Agriculture, you got Cigar Roller. You essentially got all the major Gather Rate upgrades here. Then in terms of, you got Bloody Harvest, Gun to Rare HP, Close Combat, we had the Marksman. And then, you got like your Industrial Age artillery shipments, and then you have Sino-Japanese War for the Siege of the Infantry. Ah, interesting. Yeah, looks pretty neat. Definitely. Ugh. So let's see. I think the first one is going to be Tsuga Shrine, right? That's usually what Cappy does here. And then what is... let me see what Jeff's running. So what is Jeff aging up with? I don't know what he aged up with, actually. Kind of curious. We'll find out in a bit, though, from what he has. Kind of depends on what Jeff likes to do for his Columbia, because there's sort of two ways you can do Columbia, or rather three ways. You can either go all Colombian politicians and just ignore the immigrants. You end up getting more trainable ultimate units from your presidential palace. You can do mix and match, have like either three ultimate units in one immigrant colony, or you can upgrade an immigrant colony twice and get like 2 ultimate units, or you can go super immigrant heavy and get one up to an ultimatum power, and then just get 1 ultimate unit. Yeah. And then what I like to do is I either like to go 4 ultimate units with Colonia Tovar to get the German immigrant units only, or I'll combine 3 ultimate units with this and 1 other immigrant of some kind, depending on what I'm looking for. So he's going with the Ecuadorian Marxist. So looks like Jeff is, at least we know he's got the Granadero de Turquía, so basically the Mounted Grenadiers here. So he's going Mounted Grenadiers, and I don't know what the other unit is. Possibly the Canal Police of Panama, or the Rompileñas of Venezuela, perhaps. I really don't like the Colombian Independentistas too much. I just feel like they're a lot weaker than they used to be, like in the old Colombia Civ. In the old Colombia Civ, they're like an elitist unit. Now they just feel like they fall behind, sort of, in what they're supposed to do. They should just give them like their old stats back and turn into a 2-pop anti-cavalry and anti-dragoon unit. That would probably make it feel a little bit more at home, I think, at least. Kind of round out the ultimate units, because you got 2 anti-infantry ones, and then you got the Canal Police being an anti-scout one. So what do you need left? You need an anti-general cavalry one and an anti-maneuver one to sort of round out what they all do, really. Interesting pick here. We got Joropo. Cavalry trickles a small amount of food. Ah, interesting. Yeah. How much is the rate of trickle for the food, actually? I've never tried this before. Well, I see he's making Yanets from the 10 stable. I want to see how much he trickles out of here for Comida. Kind of an interesting idea, in a way, yeah. It looks like Saga's trying to raid with Lanceros, perhaps. To what avail, though, is the question. So GFA's going to try to basically build up a food eco by just doing all cavalry. It's essentially like using the grazing card, I would assume, with India. So what's the rate of trickle of food? So about 0.25 food per second. So if you have 5 units, he's gaining about 1.25 food per second with about 5 units. And what if, in a sense, if he gets another batch, that's about 2.50 food per second. If he has 15, it's 3.75, and then about 5 food per second if he has 20 units. That's pretty neat, you know. And then if you have obviously 40 units, and it's 10 food per second. Yeah, basically. Oh, it looks like Chapo is going full Losioli Calarasi here. So, since what that means is that these Calarasi now gain a charge attack, and they do a lot more damage now, essentially. Cappy spamming out Shigumas, it looks like, in general there. Yep, basically. Oh, okay. So, how much food is he gaining? I wish it would show the stack total, but if we do the math, it's 0.25 times 18. That's a lot of food. I mean, it's 4... 4.50 food per second, and then another. Yeah, that's a lot of food. He's maintaining a really good food eco with this, and then he's picking up Hipa. Units gain 15% more HP, and they slowly regenerate health over time. This is an interesting build. I should probably try this at some point. The Horopo Hipa. Yeah, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Looks good though, looks solid. If you don't think of units as being a really main Colombian sort of setup unit, that you do. If for somebody like me that likes to go 3 ultimate unit Colombia with an immigrant, this might be an actually solid build here with the units, actually. Because then you can put all the vills all on the coin and just let the units grab up all the food for you, which is pretty solid. And then he's picking up rifle carbine to add some more attack from the arsenal to the units. Again, their range attack up to about 22. Yep. Now, question is, how do you get to industrial age and start getting the guard upgrade on these units? Because you kind of have to keep up with the upgrades, don't you, to really get the most? Or you have to get your. He doesn't have his presidential palace. What is up with that? Why doesn't he get his presidential palace? That would be a much better sort of thing to get here. So that you could add in Granadero Tarquis and Lampianas to sort of have a bit of anti-infantry mixed in with them too. So you got maneuver and assault mixed together, and then you can use Llaneros to add in some scout. Yeah, he doesn't have the upgrade to his Uneros either, and I'm like, what is this, man? You gotta do that. You just gotta add that in there, otherwise it looks a little wonky, you know what I mean? Yeah, basically. This Unit build is definitely something, though. Problem is, though, he's going up against skirmish now, so he has to kind of wait for Peru to come in and, you know, tether some of this damage. I don't know. Well, let the Grenadiers sort of go in there and sort of, like, take out some of them, maybe. I guess, yeah. It's a very different build, though. I want to try it, because this would be something very good that I don't usually do. Like, I'm always playing, like, Uruguay and Dutch. This would be a good way to see if Colombia is a bit higher tier than I thought. You know what I mean? Yeah, basically. They might be a bit higher on the B tier if they can perform well with builds like this. Massing up the Rosiori. Strapo at a point where he can start to... He had like the guard upgrade on the Rosiori, yep. Well, if he's still in age 3, probably not, because it's super expensive at this age to get it. Surprised he doesn't have an infinite shipment of Rosiori to be able to keep the Kararas basically coming in. Yeah, a bit strange, but make do, I guess. Make do with what you got, just like the cheat code. It really comes down to the micro the Unets. Like, I mean, I don't know if it's good for the Unets to go into melee whenever the Rosiori come at them, or is it good to avoid them? Try to hit them with range attacks. I guess playing it more defensively like that might be good, I guess. I don't know. But the Shigumas are becoming a real problem for him, I guess. Yeah. Because the Shigumas are kind of melting through him with their katanas. Yeah. Where's he getting these from? Oh, from the saloon. Yeah, okay. Houses. Those are basically like pickets, basically. Like the old pickets, like a mercenary musketeer that has the ability to detect spies and has more line of sight. But statistically, you know, does like 60 range attack, I think, and good HP. So solid musket all around. I think he's just going to stick to cab, though. Once you lose the Unit mass, so I think you're basically in trouble. Basically. He's going full Unit, he's not even adding Unero in, which I'm like, you know, you could be adding like some of your assault units in too, and force him on the maneuver or something. He's just going full like Dragoon with it. You know, I think you could be doing a little bit better on it if you had like something else mixed in like Scout or Assault. Or even canal plays, you know. If you can mix in some canal plays with them, that could be good, because those are good against Scout. Might help you shred through the Romanian stuff a bit better. Looks like Cappy's already in the Industrialized Zone, massing out those 4 artillery shipments. For now, the Canonos, and probably soon the Mortaros, yeah. Here comes the mule artillery, the hee-haw artillery. Yep. You don't want to deal with those monitor lizards. I'm guaranteed these things are deadly. It'd be kind of funny if they were like the real monitor lizards and actually dealt poison damage to units. Because essentially what happens is when they bite you, they leave all this noxious bacteria in your flesh or whatever, and it slowly kills you over time. It doesn't even need venom; it just uses like bacteria in its mouth to poison you. So, imagine if you could use this like a pet to poison enemy artillery and stuff, and slow them down and snare them and slowly damage them until they get healed by a priest or something. Would be a neat little feature, definitely. I think Happy wins this one. Yep. On a Bushi. It's basically some anime girls from the 19th century. 19th century anime girls, basically. Yeah. Anime girls before they were anime girls. Pretty much. Yeah, Jeff is out and probably Sog will in a second. Yep, looks like he is. Well, GG well played on that one. That was a good match. That definitely is a build I might want to try with Columbia, I think. Doing the food trickle for Yanet card, and then, well, not just Yanets, it's for any of the cavalry. So the Yaneros, the Granado Turkey, the Rumpieñas, and the Escolta, even though, Columbia can't make Escoltas anymore because Maston was able to fix the Civ so that they can actually get their ultimate units as they were supposed to do before. So they don't need Escoltas anymore because they get like varied assault units instead that they can do in a mixed up group. Yeah. Let's go into the next one now. So what's this one going to be called? It's going to be called Team Arg versus Team Mex. So it's probably going to be Sog and Jeff versus Chapo and Cappy again. So let's see what's in this one. What? Yep, T for team. T Fatima. This one here. Oh, we're back on the fish fin map again. It's going to be Sog as the Paraguayans and Jeff is the Colombians. Okay, so maybe we're seeing that build again a second time. Maybe the second time's a charm. So it's going to be Cappy and Multigo this time. Oh yeah, I remember. Multigo was the Mexican. I remember that. I think I remember us having a debate once. Not a debate, but we were talking about, how innovative Juanitos are and basically, can turn one business into like 3 or 4 different ones at the same time, Because I was telling them about, up in Gringoland where the Juanitos are, the Juanitos will have like a laundromat, where you can wash your clothes, but they also have a phone repair business at the laundromat. So it's like, they could make a phone repair shop and they could make a essentially a laundromat, so they just combine them into multiple things. That's what Juanitos do. They like take multiple businesses and combine them into multiple things at the same time. And I remember another Juanito I knew that essentially did phone repairs, and he sold phones, repaired phones, had accessories, and then he was making tacos and burgers at a grill inside the place. And it's like, how do you do that? Why are you doing all that? And it's like, well, it brings in more money, People waiting for their phone to be repaired or whatever, and they don't want to go too far. You give them a cheeseburger, give them a taco or something, and they eat it and give you more money than they normally were. And then while they're eating, they might pick up an accessory like a phone case or a charger or some sort of bag for it, and then you make even more money off of it, And I think if you combine all three of those ideas, I don't know if the Public Health Board in America or the USDA would be fine with it, but you'd make a lot of money, because you know how long it takes to go to a laundromat, right, to stick your stuff in the machine. While you're doing that, you could get your phone repaired at the same place, and then, while that's all being done, you could eat your taco or your burger or whatever the Juanito behind the grill is willing to give you while you're doing all that, and it would, it'd be a multifaceted idea. But yeah, basically like Walmart without being Walmart in a way, 'cause that's what sort of Walmart is you got like the main store that has multiple departments and everything, and then on the exterior you have all these little mini shops. You got like a place to get your hair done, a place to get your nails done if you're a woman. They have like a Subway usually, or some sort of restaurant. It's not always a Subway. Some of them have like a McDonald's there or something else depending on the state it's in. And yeah, that's essentially what it is. And they end up bringing in more profits because you don't have to go anywhere else really to get all that done. I think there was even one in my state that even does taxes as well. They have like a tax firm in there. It's set up office in there so you could get your basically get your income taxes done while you're shopping at this market, essentially, and then another place to get your eyeglasses done, basically. So it's good multitasking, If you can do multiple services at the same building, it's a good way to bring in multiple people. Yeah, essentially. So what about this matchup, though? We haven't really talked much about it. So we got the Canadians and the Tupi as a combination. This is a very aggressive combination, So you got Tupi, one of the more aggro B-tier civs, and then you got Canada, a more aggro-friendly A-tier civ, going against a more lower-tier B-tier civ. And what's Zog running? The Paraguayans like a more upper B-tier civ. So this is an interesting one. I mean, it's kind of a pretty even matchup, I think, in some ways. Yeah, I know Tupi gives Paraguay a hard time, though, so Colombia's got to have a solid build here to protect them. They just have to do it. If they don't have it, it's going to be a bit of an issue here. We'll see, though. Probably, if Jeff's trying to do his Unit build, he might not have enough time to protect his allies, so he's probably going to have to do something a bit more rapido here to protect them. We'll see, though. So where's he going? He's going with the Ecuadorian Mistress. So he's going with Ecuador a bit earlier here. It's again an Ecuadorian Bonita. Yep. What's the deck like here? Is it the same deck or is it a bit different? So this deck is more presidential palace based. That's good. He has Voltageros here. It's got the hand infantry cards here. So what's emphasis on hand infantry and essentially the Voltageros, I guess. Yeah, looks like it. Regeneration. How useful is this actually? Is this really useful most of the time, or I don't know. Admiral Campaign, Finca. I don't really use Finca that much, but it's alright. Costromismo. Okay. So this is going to be the frontal assault here. Cappy's going to put his outpost right there in the front, and they're going to go in for a pretty big push, it looks like. Yep. Alright. There you go. Look at these archers. These OBC archers doing a lot of damage here. Well, not a lot of damage by the pure damage themselves. I mean, look at the range attack. It's only 8, but the rate of fire is quite good. So they're able to go arrow, arrow, arrow very quickly. Very quickly. In large numbers, too. Because if you look at the cost of one of these archers, it only costs like 30 food and about 30 wood. And then I believe if you, I believe there's a technology that makes them even cheaper, like 28 food and 28 wood. And it's like, yeah, that's really cheap. Really cheap cost for an archer, you know. Quite cheap, actually. So Paraguay is being pressured pretty hard here. I knew they were going to go for Paraguay first. It's going to be up to Colombia to try to liberate them with the Mosquiteros. If you can get them right here on the archers... why is he going after these ones? You should have just went for the archers first, and then... I don't know. Maybe he's on to something. Maybe he knows the Marines are a little bit more intense, I guess. Wants to eliminate them. Maybe. I don't know. I just would have went for those ones first, personally. Maybe he feels like the Escopeteros can sort of handle the Oibices. I don't know. I still wouldn't do that. He's just going mass Mosquitero, looks like. Artisanal. Yeah. That's probably why I was trying to take those out, basically. Oh, he's got Marta Corazon, too. Oh, boy, that's bad. It's really bad. Okay, looks like they cleaned it out. Looks like they cleaned it out. Gives them a bit more breathing room now, I guess, yeah. Pretty much, yep. You know, you could probably get these fur traders here, right? He's probably looking at maybe trying to see as much as he can. Okay, yeah, he's gonna go for the yummy targets here. Yeah, basically. Well, these these ones are going up here towards that tower, right? Yeah. Can still get some pretty good damage, I'm assuming. If we could take out enough of the Tupi villagers, though, that probably will stop their pressure there. And give Paraguay enough room to start massing up some units. Yeah, as an immigrant colony, right? You should be doing some Red Devils out of here, like, right away. And start throwing those in the front against Canada and stuff, yeah. That's what I would do, at least. Oh, yep. Oh, yep, trapped.
El soldado que alce las armas contra su pueblo.
So Jeff is running a bit low on res. It looks like he's forced on the Escobateros now. Can Paraguay sort of pick up the slack now, or what's going on? What does he spend the shipments on? Oh, he's probably getting some sort of units. Okay. Yeah, I was like, yeah, maybe you should get some of the Red Devils now and start plowing those into... Yeah, but it looks like Cappy is doing Spontour, so it's a little bit more complicated than that. If it could get like 10 cannons and keep them guarded with like some sort of melee, I think that might be good. Yeah, basically. Canada Marines are pretty good. Not surprised that they got nerfed. They don't necessarily need to be nerfed, mainly because they have low HP. They're like a glass cannon type of a gunpowder unit, so that's sort of the logic behind the Troopa Diamanine. Is if you look at the stats here, it's like only 90 HP, so it's almost like a volunteer in terms of that. And then it has no pierce armors, which means skirmishers, musketeers deal full damage to them, essentially. Unless they're like an Abiscar or something, yeah. They're gonna do like full damage to them. So that's the way Troopa Diamarines work. They're less durable than other marine infantry, but they actually deal enough damage to be viable skirms against other units. Pretty much. As well as fulfilling that role, you know, they can be used to snipe cans, they can be used to wipe out grenadiers, and that's kind of the way they're set up, really, yeah. Then obviously their veteran and guard and imperial upgrades are going to make them much better, yeah, in general. Yep, those wonderful Cappy attacks for you. Yeah, basically. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. Up, good one. GG, well played. GG, well played on that one. Good match, you know. I think that was a pretty good setup to show you just how harmful the Tupi are to Paraguayan gameplay. Yeah, quite a dangerous setup there, to say the least, definitely. Alright, so I think we got one more game to do. Sabantas Mosquetas y Flechas. Alright, let's do that one. Let me just turn this off and we'll restart into it right now. So this is, let me see. Alright, so this is going to be the last recording we're going to do for the night. It's called Sabantas, Mosquetas y Flechas. It's going to be like a 10 to 15 minute recording. And a 1 versus 1, I believe. Might be a bit longer, like 20 minutes, who knows. But should be a good matchup either way to finish this off. So we got Rommel dabbling with the Belgians again, and then we got Veringo as the Peruvians. El Tieta, whatever you want to call them. So, what's the map here? Florida? These are one of the cooler maps, though, like, because essentially half the map is sort of like the Okeechobee Swamp, basically. You know, you got the gator. Well, there's no gators here. You got a bunch of blowgunners here, of all things. The gators are actually on the grass, which makes no sense, but, got the swamp section here that you can't build in the swamp. You got like the coastline here, like the wonderful Miami Beach, and then sort of the middle part here where you sort of grow all your oranges. Like, that's a good question actually. Why didn't the wool team like add orange, like orange trees here? Because there are orange trees in Wars of Liberty that, you know, you can pick oranges and stuff. That'd be like a cool part of this map. But without further ado, let's get started. Yep, so it's Belgium versus Peru. I can't recall this matchup too much, actually, but I think, well, obviously from a tier listing perspective, Belgium would probably beat Peru, because I have Peru listed as like a low C tier sort of civ. And I have Belgium in the A tier, I believe, right? Because they're a very flexible civ that can do quite a bit of stuff, really. So, yeah. I mean, that's at least the way I have it set up here, pretty much. Yeah. I think mainly the thing that gives Belgium sort of the advantage over Peru is the fact that if, let's just say, Belgium wanted to go with sort of a Hussar rush, for instance, with natives or something. Peru does not have musketeers to be able to defend that properly. They have to sort of rely on grenadiers, pardos, and boneros to sort of, you know, defend themselves in Age 2. And I think Belgium, on the other hand, Belgium has musketeers, they got grenadiers, they got volunteers, so like an early skirmisher crossbowman. Then they got the Hussar at the stable. And on top of that, you got a native embassy with native spearmen. And you got like this like weird tomahawk hybrid thing that's anti-cavalry. And then, yeah, essentially. And then, as I said before, if you're Peru at the barracks, you sort of have like the machetero. You have nothing that directly deals with mass cavalry, really, in an effective way. So it kind of gives Belgium the advantage of that and Hussars, I think, and the matchup, which can be kind of harmful to them, maybe. And if the match goes much longer, I feel like Belgium has the advantage of using their police elephants, too. Without a proper musketeer unit, the police elephants become a bit more brutal, because those police elephants, I believe, have at least a little bit of hack armor after a card to be able to resist the Pardo's melee attacks. And yeah, it could get pretty daunting pretty quickly. Yeah, especially since the police elephants and the Pardos have relatively similar resource costs in terms of what they do. Yeah, basically. So what's this Veringo Tieta deck? So you got the Virgin Forest, because, well, you wouldn't run this deck unless you're a virgin, right? Yeah, I'm kidding. Furrier. He's got bimetallism. I think this is the deck he used in the 2v2, I believe. Now, on this map, because there's water, you can't run the Guanera ship to be able to construct a Guanera. Veringo loves this card here, Self-Liberty Expedition, because it basically grants you about 5 guard horse grenadiers. Not only veteran horse grenadiers, 5 guard horse grenadiers onto the game. And it's pretty powerful, because as you know, the horse grenadiers are a pretty solid unit all around. that has a lot of survivability. Being an ultimate unit, it can regenerate its HP, obviously, so that's good. In the old days, Horse Grenadiers didn't have that ability. Now they do. And basically what you can do with these guys is you can use the charge attack to run them at the enemy, right? Throw their grenade, take out their infantry, and then retreat. You could do that by itself every few seconds if you want to. Or you can use them as their main functionality as a scout unit, as a hussar, and use them to help take out skirms and artillery, basically. Yeah. So yeah, quite a lot of interesting stuff you can do with Horse Grenadiers. And as a civ like Peru that can't train them, yeah, this does become a pretty valuable shipment for them, really. Yeah. But the reason I like Peru is because of their infinite villager shipment in Age 3 here, the 6 Cholos. I like it because it helps me to boom up quite a bit whenever I am playing as Peru, essentially, and allow me to get the necessary resource distribution I need to sort of make up for their their interesting unit setup, basically. Yeah. Getting Furrier as a second shipment of Peru. Kind of an interesting choice, I think. But I don't know. Maybe it works. I don't know. So, Ringo's still in Age 1. Going up with who? The Japanese wave? I mean, Rommel could start rushing out of the gate right away. If you want to. You see, he's going for the Carib side right now. And then he's going to go for native treaties. Okay, so what is this? This is a Seminole site. He's gonna get the Seminole site up before native treaty. This is the darkest build. Okay, now I understand what's going on. He's gonna run the darkest build on Verlingo. He's gonna get himself a bunch of archer natives, both the Seminoles and the Caribs, and then he's gonna start running at Verlingo's base with them. He's gonna attack him and basically have him hiding in his houses at this point. The one thing Peru can do against any sort of raiders is the fact that their cholos, their villagers here, can garrison inside of any building. So they can garrison in a house, they can garrison inside of a barracks, a stable, I think a church. Yeah. This is basically what makes the Peruvians a much more turtle-ish civ. Is the fact that they can hide in a house in certain situations to get out dying, which gives him a pretty good edge as a unit, pretty much, yeah. So what does this give him? So Rommel has about 5 blowgunners and 5... Okay, now this is pretty good. This is quite a good mix here. It's got like... wow, very powerful, actually. He's going to want to back away from the TC, though. Yeah, so basically now Rommel can control the outer part of Ringo's base and try to hit his wood line, different things like that if he wants to. And now Rommel will be able to adding grenadiers from the barracks as well as ship in about 9 Niam allies. So he's using the native rush deck that I use from the Liga. Belgas, yeah. Yeah, this is like the native rush deck I used from the Liga. I learned it from Darkus, and then I started adopting it myself and improvised it a bit. And now Rommel's using it too, with his own sort of improvisation of it as well. So yeah, this should be pretty good. I'm looking forward to seeing it in action. Is he going to add more Grenadiers in, or what next? And then he's going to add that in with flying infantry or something. He's got to wait for those Niams to come out before he can really go after the base. I don't think he's at a safe enough distance to go after the immigrant colony, though. He better watch out for this one, I think. Yeah, I don't think he can go after this just yet. I mean, unless Ringo is looking at Juanita Bonita and the Ventana and not paying attention to this colony getting burned, I don't think it's quite the time to do that just yet. I'd wait for the Spearmen to show up, or at least the Grenadiers, before I start going after that thing. Because look, you're barely even scraping it, really. Yeah, you're barely even scraping it, just about. Yeah. training Japanese workers to become his waifu at that point. There's his waifu right there. Ringo can't have Juanita Bonita, so he needs a waifu instead. Oh, here comes the fireman. Not to put out the fire, but the fire on the enemies. Yeah, these aren't your average firemen, you know. They don't have these big red trucks. They don't save cats stuck in trees. They have guns and they shoot at soldiers. Lily firemen, because they fire on you, you know. And believe it or not, they actually have a siege attack where they light stuff on fire. You know what I mean? Imagine the fire department showing up and, you know, throwing a torch into your house. Yeah, this is the sort of fire department you have in Juanito Land. They don't put out the fires, they start the fires. At a very slow rate, but they still start them nonetheless, you know? Yeah, basically. Yep, can't make it up. Definitely can't make it up at all. It's definitely a Juanito Bolero feature, to say the least. Yeah, basically. Whoop, tower's down. Tower's down. Couple of Berneros. I don't think that's gonna do much there, honestly. Definitely not. Oh, now that's doing something. That might be a bit of a problem. I would be shooting at the spearman, Varango. I wouldn't be dealing with the grenadiers. Shoot the spearman. Get the spearman out. But now he has the blowguards on. Now this is really bad. These blowguards have anti-infantry multipliers. Really a nasty, gnarly situation to find yourself in. Now they're going after the villagers. I don't know. You should have gotten the spearman. If you got the he's using these Berneros to get the spearman, but it's too late. He's gonna get this spearman now. He's gonna get that one, and now he's just sieging the TC with like archers or whatever. And, oh no! Now some more volunteers came, and I think this is it for you, man. I don't. No, the TC's going down. He just chorizo zarate'd him to death. It's a chorizo zarate TC siege. He did it. He chorizo zarate'd him. Perfecto. Perfecto, perfecto. Now he has line infantry to back him up at this point. Like, yeah, I mean, how much wood does Ringo even have? He's got a lot of wood, actually. I mean, if you gave him like a few minutes to like rebuild and stuff, he could actually get back into the game with that eco. I mean, it's no joke. It's no joke at all, but he is without a TC, and, you know, he's only down to a number of vills, so I don't know what he can do left at this point, but yeah. Quite the interesting scenario. Yeah, definitely. That's all I could say. Musketeers with their splash. Huh. Nice splash. Here comes the Hussarles. That's gonna be a deadly. I don't know. How much res? He's burned through so much res. I don't know if he can. He's got to group up, man, and get everything together. He's got to group everything up. Else I think he's in trouble. No, we're almost training more blowgunners, is that right? If he's training more blowgunners, I think he's kind of... Yeah, the blowgunners is fatal. Yeah, the blowgunners is fatal if he adds more of those in. Now he's getting the fortified trading posts of Ringo Cave and stop the native sites either, which is really bad. Yeah, this build is still viable. That's good. I wondered that this build was still doable, but I mean, I guess it still works. Yeah, it still works. The native treaties build, quite good. GG, well played. Good demonstration of a Belgian native treaties rush by Juanito Rommel. Good match overall, yeah, definitely. So there we have it. That's all the cast of games I downloaded for today, so there we go. Looks like Juanito's are already submitting stuff for next week, so I think we're going to have a big cast of game stream next week, because guess what? I don't have to work next Tuesday, so we can start earlier, cover more games, provided you give them to me, of course. If you give me enough games, I'll cover them all, and then same thing on the Tuesday after that. If you give me a lot of games on that Tuesday, I'll be able to do a longer cast of game stream too, so... Just make sure you do that so we can cover lots of stuff together, okay? Well, I'll see you next time, Juanitos Bonitos. And I don't know what we're doing Thursday. Should we do Definitive Edition, or should we do some sort of the Arena of the Gods in AOM or something? I don't know. I don't know what I'm in the mood for, but let me know. Definitely let me know. I'll look at that poll again I gave you and make a decision on that. So, alright, well, see you next time. I'm signing off now from this one. Have a good rest of your Tuesday. There's only about like 47 minutes left of it. Alright, GG, well played.